It's a full moon. It's a pink moon. Apparently, astronauts are on their way here to the moon. I don't think so. Stay back! Stay the fuck back! By the way, I saw the Kino Casino preview for whatever they're doing tonight. I guess I don't know if they're live right now or they're about to go live. You know, Ashton's got his hands go. Autism hands. Apparently, and this is according to what I saw, it is going to be the craziest episode of all time. You're not going to believe this, Ethan Ralph. I've got some news about Ethan Ralph. There's some really, we should probably, check in with Ethan Ralph here at the top of the show.
What's been going on with him?
We got to figure out what's going on with Ethan Ralph because I think I know.
Too crazy.
Well, I think I know some stuff that's been going on. There's been a lot of insane. Wow, that's the most insanest, craziest episode of all time. This is fucking, dude. It's all shit. Okay, everything is shit. Who cares?
Yeah.
I'm dying, by the way. I'm having a heart attack. I'm having the world's slowest heart attack. So this isn't like a Medicare style boo curse. This isn't a grift or anything like that. I'm not feeling good. All right. And I just want to be
bad outside.
I want to be clear with you. Okay. I found out like a month ago. Oh, what? They're planning to send astronauts back to the moon. We already established this as a colony. I took a look at the astronauts they're bringing to the moon. Now, 2 of them I'm fine with. 2 of them, not so good. And I'll let you be the judge of which ones I'm talking about. But listen, I believe, and this is true, I believe that every group, every tribe deserves their own homeland. Okay? Certain places have a right to exist. Some of them don't. Some places are not allowed to exist at all, but certain groups of people are chosen in such a way that they have the right to an ethnostate. Now, many years ago on this very program, I said, if you think about it, the moon is a white ethnostate. It may be accidentally, but every single person who's ever walked on it was some old fucking white guy, right? Now I'm looking at these astronauts they're sending, and now they're just doing a little slingshot around. I don't like them snooping around, okay, seeing what we're getting up to here. So I do need the henchmen, manning the decks, at your stations right now, making sure no funny business is going on. Because they got, first of all, I didn't want to say it, but they've got a woman. That's gross. Strike 1. Boo. That's not good.
That didn't smell.
Exactly. They've got I think he's a black guy. Now, and again, it has nothing to do, I love black people. Okay? I love every type of guy except Indian and Brazilian. And we could be here all night. But black guys, I love them. And I think they should have their homeland of Africa. I agree. I agree with black people. Give Egypt back to black people. Give it to them. They built the pyramids. Let them live inside their sarcophagi. But the moon is firmly established. Not only is the moon a historical whites only location, and there's nowhere on Earth left for white people, for bad skins, let's call them. Okay. White people effed up the Earth so bad that they got kicked off, and they're not allowed to be around on the Earth no more. So they said, you know what? Oh, you like colonizing? Why don't you go colonize the moon? They said it sarcastically. The bad skins did it. They found a way. And so they stopped going. We built a moon base. I just want to put it like this. PODAWFUL has a right to exist. We have a right to exist. Okay, I got 14 words for you. Happy to be here. And we should not allow anybody to tread on us this way, you know? From the river to the sea of tranquility is what I say about that. So the point I'm trying to make here is I believe in a place for everything and everything in its place. And I believe in equal, everybody's the same and equal, everybody's the exact same is what I believe in. And I believe one of the most important things is for no person to be made to feel uncomfortable in their own homeland. And that's why I was totally sickened when I saw my good friend Rabbi Shmuley made to feel fear in his own homeland, the Jewish homeland of New York City. Now, I don't know if you saw this, but the good rabbi was accosted on the streets outside a play about anti-Semitism by an anti-Semite. And that anti-Semite's name, Salvopancakes.
That's a mind game, what we would call back in the day for tricknology.
Yeah, thank you, Jay-Z.
Powerful words.
Powerful stuff. We got some new tricknology for you tonight on the program. Welcome. You are now part of the program. You have joined the program. This is PodAWFUL. I'm your host, Jesse P.S. They're saying in the chat room right now, PodAWFUL, it's okay to be PodAWFUL. They're saying, thank you so much. It is okay to be PodAWFUL. That's why we're happy to be here. H2BH, everybody. Hi, henchmen.
Hey.
Hello. Hi.
And then we're also live over at podawful.tv. That's where the chat room I was just reading is. SS Salvo, they're saying in the chat. This is bad because I don't know if you guys know this. Salvo is a former friend of the show. Somebody I've had on as a guest quite a few times. A guy who maybe I should have seen this coming because technically speaking, when we first ever talked to or about Salvo, it was about him being a sex creep who had possibly forced a girl on Discord to eat a diarrhea burrito or something like that. There's some sort of disgusting mix-up with his bowels and her mouth going on, and we made him take a pee-pee test live on air. Anyway, this guy, I thought he was an okay guy.
Oh, he took the poo-poo test.
Sorry,
the pee-pee test.
He did take a variant called the poo-poo test. That's right. I thought this was a normal, nice kind of guy, and then I see something that horrified me. It's I think the most viral moment over the past like 2 or 3 days online. Salvo accosting a rabbi with anti-Semitic remarks live on the streets of New York. We're going to take a look at that in just a second. And it is horrifying. And we will be having on, as I announced on Twitter, we will be having on the good Rabbi Shmuley to talk about this. Irony of all ironies. Again, they were both at a play about anti-Semitism. It was some sort of play about Ronald McDonald or something. And apparently he was a virulent anti-Semite. So we're going to get the skinny on that in just a bit.
Are you McSerious?
I would not McLie to you about something like this. And by the way, let us take this moment to remember the Fry guys we lost in the Showa. Speaking of Showas, we got a good Showa for you. It's the craziest episode ever. All right, let's talk a little bit about Ethan Ralph here for a second. This guy's been the talk of the town quite a bit over the past few weeks. He's had a tumultuous relationship. This has come up in the past couple of streams I did. And
Rocky start.
A little bit of a rocky start, sure. Oh, you don't mean this episode. You mean Ethan's relationship.
Oh, yeah, yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
that. No.
Yes, I also meant that. Anyway, so Ethan, everybody, they love making fun of this guy. Let's take account of who makes fun of Ethan Ralph. What do they say about it? You can judge a man's character by his enemies or something like that. Some sort of saying like that. So who are Ethan Ralph's enemies? Well, they'd be the guys that cover him regularly, I suppose. So you've got Ice Dancer's boyfriend.
Yep.
You've got, who, by the way, is also known as Florida Cog. Then you've got
Florida Cogs.
British Mersh, who, by the way, is
Streaming
also
Hoojan.
known as Streaming Hoojan. Yeah, that's right. We are.
We're innovating.
And then you've got, and this is brand new, covering Ethan Ralph, and this guy has now recently turned on Ice Dancer's boyfriend. You've got a guy known as Non-Streaming Cog. So,
Who's that guy?
it's a whole thing. Who is right? It's a whole fucking thing. And then I guess you also got the Kino Casino guys who, maybe we should take a look at their thing real quick. Who is it? Andy that posts their little previews? I think so, right? Let's take a look at their thing here.
While you're looking that up, what about Jersh?
Jersh Moon. Yeah, who is a cheese plate boy or something like that, right? He's part of Cheese Plate Gang.
Oh, yeah, he eats
Cheese
nothing
boy.
but cheese.
Didn't he recently put
Ratatouille.
out a new video where he's wearing gloves and he's doing a little presentation about a juice he wants to drink or something?
Really?
That's news to me.
You don't know about this?
I can't see it now.
Chat's got to know what I'm talking about here. He's like he's got gloves on to hide himself. He can't even let you know the weight of his fingers. Okay. And
He doesn't want you to see how badly his nails are chewed back to the bone.
Ooh, imagine. Like Ice Dancer's boyfriend. And several other people in his universe, actually. Anyway, so... Oh, wait a second. I've got the wrong screen up here. There we go.
This is the craziest screenshot of ever.
My favorite part about the Kino Casino, I probably said this before, but the thing I love the most about their dumb fucking preview video things, which, by the way, are like almost... Okay, so a Kino Casino episode is 10 hours long. So their clips are 3 hours long. That's not a joke. When they put out a clip, it's 3 hours. So their preview is clip sized. This is an 11, this is an almost 12-minute preview of like just telling you what's going to be on the show. My favorite thing about this is like you can see physically that there's a moment before they hit record where Andy's like, okay, all right, we got to get into it. And so that means there is, how many of these have they made? I don't know how often they go live.
Hundreds, probably.
It's got to
at this
be,
point.
we're talking about there are now hundreds of hours worth of unrecorded minutes of these two guys by themselves with no one seeing this going, just getting ready, just pumping.
Like Dragon Ball Z, and there's
Yeah.
a big fight coming up next episode.
Yeah, it's a lot of preview and then previously on. If you were to swack those two together, from the Dragon Ball episodes, it's just one constant. And then the whole episode is also that. Listen, they've got a limited budget. They're not going to put a lot of effort into the animation. You can see they're recycling their animation frames here. Autism hands. Also, Andy, you gotta get in there, man. You gotta start talking on your own show. Everybody shits all over, and this is not saying anything about either one of these guys, but everybody shits all over Andy. They all watch his show. Not one of these people who shits on him was watching PPP before Andy came and scooped him up. You got to at least give him that, okay?
Yep.
And then poor fucking Andy. Listen, I don't watch Kino Casino because, again, I just don't have the time to watch 3-hour-long clips. But the little bit I pick up here and there when I scroll past one of these on the timeline or whatever, the little clips I do see, the micro clips, I guess you have to call them. Every single one of them is, it's always PPP going, you know, the thing about it is, and he's like he's a big fat guy with nothing going on, telling you the way it is. Okay, and there's only there's two modes of Kino Casino as I've seen it. There's mode number 1. It's big fat guy moralizing at you. This is a man who's chocolate starfish I've seen. Okay, and he's bringing along as much
I've seen it a few times,
hot dog flavored water as you could possibly imagine with that thing. This is one of the longest taints on record. Okay. And then he's going to sit there and tell me, like, why morally the characters of the internet are bad. I don't care. I'm here to laugh. I know they're reprehensible. I know Ethan Ralph is a reprehensible creature. That's what makes him so goddamn funny. And so you got the fake preacher bit going on. And this is what happens every single time. He's sitting there going, the thing about it is, right? The thing about it is, he's not a good guy. He's being bad. And he's doing like, we don't need constant WWE/preacher. That's too much energy all at once in every single sentence. And then, he wears down. So all of a sudden, he's like, kind of does the Ethan Ralph thing, and so there's these moments where he's talking and it's not good. It's not good. And poor Andy. I'm just looking, I was friends with Andy. So every time when I watch Kino Casino, I'm watching it totally different from anyone else.
Well, you're also thinking about the time on Twisted Mind. You were talking with Andy all the time.
Well, sure. Yeah. Again, we were friends. So I'm the only guy on earth who, when I see Kino Casino, I'm watching the right half of the screen. And I'm sitting there confused the whole time because poor Andy's like, and it's like 10 hours of a guy about to talk and never getting the opportunity. PvP doesn't let him get a fucking word in. And of course, the audience is sitting there, clapping like seals going, good, good, good. Make sure he's not allowed to talk. There's no Kino Casino without this guy. Okay? Who do you think put the screens next to each other? So, the thing about it is, it's so, one of the most bizarre things on earth, too, is, I did that impression of PPP, and then that one guy made the animation where PPP is a giant Jabba the Hutt slug man. And that's my
Pixar.
Pixar, yeah. And that's my voice. It's not PPP. That's me in that. You know what's so crazy? PPP now quotes me doing a joke version of him. So he does me doing him on his own show, not as a joke. Like he forgot, and that's because of the other mode of Kino Casino. Now, I did see a Kino Casino clip the other day. I think somebody posted it in our Discord, and I checked it out for a minute, and I couldn't go any longer because this is mode number 2. I call it catchphrase comedy. This is like the kind of thing that usually is only for a black stand-up comedian to be trying, where, you know, a guy's up on stage and he's like, "This man, look at this man's shoes, hamburger." And you're like, what? Why did this guy just say hamburger at me? That's his catchphrase. These guys, and when I say these guys, it's just PPP talking. I'm not kidding. I watched a clip of them. Every time they pause, it was a catchphrase. I don't even remember what the clip was. It was, let's just say it was iDubbbz's wife. Okay, or whatever. Who I'm starting to like, by the way. I think I'm flipping on, because I was never an iDubbbz fan. Ever. Never. Well, I don't know a single thing about whatever he was getting up to pre-cuck version of him or whatever. And every time I see a clip of this lady, I'm like, I don't know, she seems kind of cool. Anyway, so Anissa, is that her name? I think Anissa seems kind of cool. And by the way, she must be cool if her husband's like, you know what? My last name's your last name, actually. You're better than me. You're bigger and better than me. So I'm watching them do this clip, and every time they pause on it, it's a catchphrase. So clip, 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 pause, and then it's PPP going, "That's so jokes. That's so jokes." Clip, 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 pause. "Whoa, buddy, whoa." Clip, 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 pause. "They're felted. They're felted." Clip, 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 pause. "A ninja guinea." I don't think they do ninja guineas anymore, but you know what I'm saying. They're whatever the kick version of a ninja guinea is. It's just that. I think they have another catchphrase. I don't remember it. Anyway, I think it's just saying what, like, they're my wife asked me, "Who watches Kino Casino?" And I went, I don't know. I literally don't know. Like who? Like not who watch. Lots of people watch it. Who is it for? And you said Kiwi Farms. Is that what you just said, Dirt?
Yeah, probably.
So that makes no sense because to me it's a clip show. And I hate this. I hate when someone's like, "Just play the clip." But that's what a show like that exists for, you to see the things you missed out on during the week. You know, that's the only thing this serves, is like, if you're not as extremely online as one of these guys or me, you might have missed Ethan Ralph farting this week.
Actually, yeah, that is how I watch their stuff on my second monitor.
It's so that you can know what was happening. You're not watching it for the commentary, because the commentary is them going, "That's so jokes. It's whoa, buddy." Whoa, yeah. Brilliant. And then when it does get good, like when I see a Kiwi farmer, a boy detective, or somebody, when they post a clip of them of PPP doing actual commentary, it's always just moralizing.
Yeah, I know.
That's moral F slurring, by the way. If you're sitting there telling me why a guy is bad with no humor behind it, I'm not here for your pulpit, okay? And by the way, neither was anyone else. That's why you're now the Kino Casino guy and not the People's Populist Press guy. No one was buying. So, again, I'm not insulting here. I'm just legitimately explaining, like, when I watch this, I go, huh? When my wife sees it, she's like, what? 8 hours? What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to tune in? And this is crazy. On the last episode of the program, live on air, you watched this. Feds, we were talking about Ice Dancer, and Feds is like, "I just found this thing. You're going to want to see this. Ice Dancer is a rapper." And I said, "Are you messing?" Like, I'm clearly flabbergasted by this. Live on air, I had not seen it. No one in chat says anything. 5,000 views plus later, not one person says anything. And then one guy out of all these people goes, Kino Casino, this is pretty embarrassing for you because Kino Casino covered her being a rapper 6 months ago. And I'm like, I didn't see that, but congratulations to Kino Casino for finally being the first to something. So 5,000 people Not one mention of this until then. Not one person was like, oh, yeah, I knew about this. Everybody was floored. You guys remember? Am I crazy for thinking that? Everyone was floored by the ice dancer rap thing?
I was floored.
Did you know
I
this
have
was...
no idea.
Did
No,
anyone
I
here
didn't
know
know.
that was a known quantity? That was
Nope.
already a thing?
Nope.
So, I had no clue. But congrats. That's nice. That must... hey, retard alert. Goon alarm. That's nice. They got to that one first. Now, here's the thing that I find a little strange about it. 6 months ago, Ice Dancer was not with her boyfriend. So I don't know what the fuck they were covering it for 6 months ago, but I'm just going by what I was told. Maybe the guy was trolling. I don't know. I have no idea because I will never see it. Here's what I do see, though, every time. Not by a couple hours after the conclusion of our last insane Ralph Scarlett high on crack. He's beating her in the hotel room, kicking her while she's down and fucking spitting on her. Does it 7 in the fucking morning? This dirty crack whore go live in a pool of her own. Okay, it's too late. It's you. Listen, I appreciate the effort. I'm Mr. Try Harder. Okay, I love it. I love that you have energy for this, as fake as it is. It's too late. They're back together. Okay, spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. Ethan Ralph secretly, with no one knew this was coming, went back to Chicago or wherever to be with Scarlett again. He reveals it, he shows it, and then this insane, absolutely deranged, horrifying, straight up horror movie. Let me tell you how morally bad this man is, okay? Horror movie level video comes out of Scarlett dripping blood. She's rolling around on the pavement, bleeding everywhere. Ralph is running away from the crime scene on all of this. Okay, absolutely. All the makings of this is, oh, people are going to be eating off of this. This is going to be big. This is going to be real big. But unfortunately, it didn't go the way everyone planned. They thought it would end up with Ralph in jail. They thought it would end up in charges and all this stuff. And of course, they're going to be, they're not going to be together. Ralph was trying to gloat. Hey, look, I'm back with Scarlett. And so if the story stopped there, this makes sense.
Blood in the fucking gutter. I'm not kidding.
We know you're not. This isn't news to either. Why are we pretending? Am I supposed to be pretending with you right now? I don't want to play make 'em up with you where I think, like, Andy, we know you're responding to all the tweets about it on the timeline, which is where I'm seeing this video. Who is this video for?
See her go live in a pool of fucking blood. There's so much fucking blood. What the fuck is going on? She's like crying out for help.
Andy reduced to the Jamie of his own show. He's Jamie pull that up of Kino Casino. And except I don't think he even pulls anything up. I think they've got like a team of guys clipping stuff for them.
Help on the sidewalk. Apparently, Ralph took a shot glass and fucking threw it down, broke it, cut her with the fucking shot glass.
On it. He
There's
grabbed her
blood
hair and
fucking
threw
everywhere.
her on the
threw
floor.
her down on the ground, broke her
finger?
fucking.
So congrats for getting in there, Andy, but PPP wasn't even listening. He talked the entire time you talked. It's like
Pretty normal.
You might as well have recorded your part separately from him. He doesn't even notice you're there.
Finger, there's dirty old.
There's no one's. Here's what you definitely don't watch Kino Casino for: the witty repartee. There's no back and forth going on whatsoever. Andy is treated on his own show the way I treat the henchmen on here, where you just hear me steamroll over some dumb thing they're interrupting with. And then the one time when I do want them to talk and I leave them all the room in the world to do it, they're just silent.
Old rats.
Oh,
fucking
I'm busy.
lit.
Sorry, what's happening?
Shut up!
Kino looking at her blood.
No joke.
No,
We're not exaggerating.
I'm not kidding. The shit got really serious and the fucking cops got involved and it was a greasy
Ralph's
fucking
tweet?
horror
It
show.
was at 8 in the morning. Ralph put a picture.
So you see that? Just then Andy asks him a question and PPP starts stretching out the syllables of what he's saying just to keep talking over top of Andy and then doesn't answer the question. Really watch that again, okay? It might be time.
Did you see him rub his forehead, actually?
Yeah, he's like, shut the fuck up, Andy.
Got involved and it was a greasy
Ralph's
fucking
tweet?
horror
It
show.
was at 8 in the morning.
Look at him. He hates that Andy is jumping in here. This is a true theory I have. I think PPP has, PPP since he's always been fat. For the entire time we've known PPP, he's been a fat guy, but he's gotten really, he's like 3 times the size Ethan Ralph ever was. I don't know why that's just acceptable for him, but I have a theory
He has a moral.
He got fatter to take up more room on screen to try to edge out Andy. You look at how close to the edge of the screen Andy is. I'm telling you, the next time we check in, half of Andy's face is going to be cut off by the side of the screen. PPP will be in there.
Ralph
You'll see PPP's arms inside Andy's shot here.
put a picture of Leo from Catch Me If You Can.
If you can. He's like,
If you can't, we didn't need that. We heard him say it. What are you in Echo?
catch me if you can. Bon voyage. He's like fled to the fucking airport. We're like, are the cops gonna get him in time? Like, it's serious shit out here.
See, this would all be wildly funny if we didn't already know the end results here. So let's go to the end results of what was happening with Ethan and Scarlett. I saw Ethan tweet this. I, of course, see everybody is like going wild over this, talking about it. Ice Dancer's boyfriend is doing an emergency live stream about this. It's the biggest news ever. And again, it's crazy. Okay, the bleeding is crazy. I should show the bleeding, I suppose. Let me go to that.
Yeah,
let's look at the bleeding.
They're begging for it in chat.
They're begging for blood. Now I kind of don't want.
They're begging for blood.
If they're begging for blood, I kind of don't want to show it now.
Please show us the clip we've already seen 3 times.
Yeah, that's the thing is like that's what I'm saying is like it's too late. It's too late to even talk about this unless you've got some other thing. You've got another take on it, whatever's happening here. So here's Doompill. Doompill used to watch PodAWFUL, but then I jokingly am friends with Ralph, and that upsets him. So here he is begging for blood. By the way, like I don't even know how to put this. Like, Ice Dancer's boyfriend is getting off to this woman being abused. This is his goon. And he tried to make her abuse like a fun thing. She was apparently had some other boyfriend before all this in the Dabbleverse, and he was abusive. And Mersh loves to monetize a woman's blood. Every time I see this woman popping up, all I can think about is like 2007 Britney Spears. You know, where it's like, this is a
see what you mean. Yeah.
Like, we're about to get the head shaved. This is a sacrifice to the blood gods thing. Stop pretending that you think that, like, oh, this is really terrible. This is happening to this woman. No, you just hate Ethan Ralph. And you would allow this woman to die in a ditch in order to make Ethan Ralph look bad. And I'm not kidding. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the track record here so far, but you will murder this woman and Ethan Ralph will somehow come away winning from that. You got to back off on this, okay? Look at this video.
Plenty more fish in the sea.
Bitches. Ethan. Ethan?
So there's blood all over her feet.
What the fuck? Please help me.
I did not do that to you.
But they did. So
Okay, now that's crazy. Now, I got to be real with you here. Now, so Ethan says he didn't do this to her, which I believe. If I had to guess, she's walking around fucking barefoot in Chicago or whatever.
Jesus.
You're a bug chaser at that point, doing something like that. You're looking for trouble. So she probably, these are drug addicts. She probably stepped on a hypodermic needle or something. Who knows what is causing this? Here's what I definitely know is not causing it. The trolls. She's now blaming chat. There is no chat, by the way. That's the craziest part. She's recording a video. This is not being live streamed. She is now blaming Ethan's trolls for her foot blood issue. Honestly, but she is kind of right. Damn. Maybe she's kind of fucking right, though. Actually, that is like the craziest thing ever. That's so funny that she just instantly, I mean, let's be real. What's happening here? She doesn't want Ethan freaking out on her, but they're literally begging for blood. They want this. They want the head shave. They want the ritual, the sacrifice. You got to remember, we are no longer a monoculture. There is no greater zeitgeist that everyone's plugged into. For years, and I've talked about this long ago, nothing to do with any of this topic. For many, many years, every generation, every decade, you would get a new woman to be sacrificed to the greater culture for everyone. It's like a world lol cow where everyone gets to come in together and go, we all hate you now. Murder her. Murder her. They did this with Britney. Princess Diana.
Jane Mansfield.
Miley Cyrus. They were doing this forever. When was the last one? Been a while. Who was our last big female sacrifice to the earth? These are Moloch worshiping, and again, lots of places have the right to exist. All right, I don't want to, before we bring on our big guest.
Oh, they were kind of trying to make it Sabrina Carpenter.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. They're trying to make fetch happen with Sabrina. We all know that, right? No, could you name a Sabrina Carpenter song? I know who Sabrina Carpenter is, by way of force through the internet, I suppose. I couldn't hum a single one of her tunes. I have no idea what's going on. That's a fake person. That is a music industry
or
desperate.
Chappelle Roan.
That's a music Chappelle Roan. What the fuck was going on there?
Yeah.
This is a music industry desperate to get a monoculture going again. Everything is so segmented and so piecemeal. There's no big star for anything, including the internet. Everybody wants to think like, oh, the internet is replacing traditional media, the new media. No. Everything is just tiny little bite-sized nuggets, weird corners of the internet. How do you think this exists? So they can't do their Mayan sacrifice to, the blood god anymore. It's getting a little desperate out there. And just as much as they want to do that to, feed the dark powers that, keep the machine going for them, you need it too. You need the punching bag. You need the piñata, the human female piñata, to let it all out on. And there's a reason for that. That person used to be a guy's wife. You could go home from work. You had a tough day at the factory, at the lever pulling factory. You go home, you pull your pants down at the door, instantly into your underwear. You sit down in front of the couch. You put your hand down the waistband of your pants. You start instantly drinking. Just a beer appears. You're now fully drunk. Your wife walks in and says, I'm making your favorite dinner. You punch the shit out of her. for having the nerve to even think about addressing you at a time like this. She dutifully finishes your
my
favorite
lazy
meal.
boy.
You're sitting there. Yeah, it's your favorite chair, your chair. No one else is allowed to sit in it. Dinner's finally ready. You sit there, you eat like this. You go, progressively getting drunker and drunker as your wife quivers. So, how was work today? That used to be the way of the world. According to every depiction of marriage I've seen ever.
How right in the kisser, right?
Exactly. That's the way it was meant to work. And then they stopped, they stopped allowing you to do that. The what is it? The rule of thumb. They got rid of the rule of thumb, which I was told, credibly, I was told as a kid that the rule of thumb was that you were allowed to hit your wife as long as it was with a stick that was no bigger than your thumb.
Or an open hand.
Makes sense.
I show up to the courthouse with a giant novelty thumb. So anyway, you have that desire, whether you think you do or don't, you have somewhere deeply inside you innate the desire for blood. And this is why this kind of thing does it for you. The people out there who are making fun of Ethan Ralph and covering him constantly, the Florida cogs of the earth, they love this. They're getting off. I see this and I'm like, ugh. If I wanted to see this, I could just log into trailerpark.com. Is that a website?
Can you just stay and help me? I don't know, just like help me bandage up my fucking foot. Please?
I did not do that.
I will take you to the airport in the fucking morning. Please do not do this to me again. The fuck, man? Like, what the fuck, dude? It's not your fault. You didn't fucking do this to me. You did not fucking do this to me. These bitches, Hooksy, hey.
And I gotta be honest, like with drug addicts, I don't care who's doing what to who. It's probably her fault. I mean,
yeah, honestly,
Apparently it was Hootie's fault from the blowfish.
Well, listen, Hootie was there, probably. I don't know. Now, who's that? Darius Rucker? Is that Hootie? You probably also got the black guy from Dave Matthews Band. He's probably there. Random black guys from a white guy coded band are all hanging around Scarlett, blacking her, making her feet bleed.
Eating the shit out of her.
The guy Avenged Sevenfold just showed up. Is that one? There's a lot going on. Yeah, listen, I saw this video and I see everybody freaking out about Ethan, and my first thought was, and this isn't a pro Ethan thought, this is an anti I don't want to see this thought. My first thought was, damn, what'd she do to deserve this?
Same. Like, what'd she do?
Had to be something bad. You don't.
Something stupid for sure.
You don't just cut a lady's feet for no good reason. Let me tell you what you do, see? You cut the bottom of a feet because then they don't see the scars. That's why I buy my wife so many shoes. Anyway, all right, so she's bleeding. That's not even the worst version of the blood video. Oh my God.
You back outside now? What the
I can't.
You're the birds.
Even fucking no one cares. She's gonna die here.
She's gonna die there. So, hey, by the way, this is the stuff that everybody is like laughing when you saw PPP and Worski a minute ago going, "Whoa!" This is what they're so excited about. I'm the most fucked up guy online because I sent a dude coleslaw 150 times. Slaw Bomber patch, by the way. Go ahead and get that awful.tech. Everybody else is like, finally, a woman bleeds. Now the fun can really begin. People are getting Joker coded out there. The Earth's Jokers are increasing. Right before the program began, I saw Charles Carroll from MDE. He said, I'm going Joker. It's getting scary out there with this stuff. You got to be careful. You can never.
I don't give a fuck.
You never want to go full Joker. So, unfortunately, though, I also did turn Ethan Ralph into the Joker. Okay, because here's what happened. This is crazy, but this is true. And this is the only reason I'm willing to talk about this, is because this is another little bit of PODAWFUL hijinks. So I see all this stuff going down. I see Ethan Ralph tweeting. Someone asks him, back to Mexico again? Is Vegas still on? We need the juicy goss. Ethan says, nah, I'm out on Vegas. So if you don't know, Ethan and Scarlett were heavily implying, if not straight up saying, I don't know if they ever fully confirmed this, that they were going to go elope in Vegas during the same time as Hackamania being there.
Yucky.
It was all going to be a whole big thing. So he's saying, no, I'm not doing that anymore. Now I see everybody being like, yeah, good, get away from her. That sucks. And all of a sudden I have a flash in my mind. Something, I don't know what took me over here, but I'm just thinking about that video of her crawling around on the ground bleeding and how crazy their sick, twisted, I'm twisted, man, I'm damaged relationship is. And I remember back to Facebook times and all of the trailer trash people that are believe themselves to be Joker and Harley coded. So I replied to Ethan with this image. the classic meme of Harley Quinn saying she was fearless and crazier than him. She was his queen, and God help anyone who dared to disrespect his queen. And of course, you've got the Jared Leto Joker, again, damaged there. This image was like, just, I don't know. Dear God spoke to me in a moment, and I just saw this. Now, please keep in mind, this is fully in the time of Ethan is leaving for Mexico to leave a bleeding woman behind. He's running. Everybody's saying he's a scofflaw. He's out on the lam after abusing a woman. He hates her. He is publicly posting. He does not like this bitch anymore. Fuck her. She's publicly posting her blood. And something told me to post this, okay? And something told me, Jesse, if you post this, you could meme these two back together and ruin the fun for everyone else. Something in the back of my mind told me he would read this meme and take it seriously and go, you know what? Matter of fact, maybe I am the Joker. If you want to know the truth about it.
A Memphis Joker.
I might be a little damaged. Yeah, Memphis Joker.
I might be the Memphis Chuckler.
That's got a bit of a ring to it. Bish! She was my bish! And God help anyone who dared disrespect my bish. Something about that line, anyone who dared to disrespect his queen, I'm seeing everybody on Twitter and on all their shows disrespecting his blood queen. And I'm thinking in my mind, if I'm Ethan, I'm going to go, in my head, I'm going to go, nobody gets to talk shit about Scarlett but me. Nobody gets to make her bleed but me. It's very Joker coded. Well, congratulations, everybody. We did it. I couldn't believe this. I didn't even see this for like 15 hours. I somehow missed this. They got back together after I posted that. Ethan stayed. They posted another video of themselves together. They're fine. They're posting another hostage video of themselves. together, proof of life video going, matter of fact, I might stay a few more days. And I said, I memed Ralph and Scarlett back together. On the internet, you can do anything. And I want you to remember this. Let this be a life lesson to you. Because here's Scarlett tweeting out, "Aw, Ethan," tagging him at the Ralph retort. And she included this. This isn't me posting this. She included in it a gif of Joker and Harley Quinn saying, "Ah, Puddin', you put the fun in funeral." I did it. I think that's now, and I hate, I'm kind of talking a lot of shit about this Scarlett. I don't know let me be clear. I don't know anything about this Scarlett chick other than that she's a black porn star and she's fucked Ethan Ralph. That's literally all I know. She seems to be on some drugs. It's not good. I don't like it. I hope you get clean. I hope everything works out. I hope you stop bleeding. But I've seen her. Listen, she's become a member on the YouTube. She's one of the future billionaires on YouTube here. She has left a few comments. She's liked a few of my tweets and replied. And I don't respond to any of that because I wouldn't dare get between a man and his queen and just disrespect him that way. She's fearless and crazier than him.
UW.
So she's probably watching this. She might even be in chat. I have not looked at the chat this entire time. She might even be in the chat room right now. She might have said something about all of this. I legitimately have terrible empathy for this woman as the entire internet tries to squeeze blood out of her to nick the cheek of Ethan Ralph. To get a single drop of blood. Was it worth it? I genuinely think it's horrific what's going on there. And this is not me doing the PPP style moralizing. These are just my feelings. And I've said a lot of shit about this lady who is potentially watching this. And I've noticed over and over again that, okay, this might be crazy. I think I have a direct influence over the things she does next. And normally I feel pretty good about
You've
that.
chimeraed by proxy.
It's like this is what we do with the goons. That's what a goon is. So that's nice in a way. But I keep seeing these little calls for help, these little bat signals out to PODAWFUL every time I check in. Again, the first time she and Ethan got into a fight and then I called him on the live stream and everything, they go to Culver's, remember? And now she's eating coleslaw on screen. Again, I'm the coleslaw guy, okay? Every video they have posted together after a fight, every single one involved her eating coleslaw. Like out of the little container, out of the ramekin with her bare mouth.
Tub.
And every single time with one of those, she's dumping ketchup on it, which is incredibly strange. And Ethan keeps saying, that's weird. And there's ketchup. There's this red ketchup dripping everywhere. Now we've got a video where she's dripping red everywhere. I tweet out that they're Harley and Joker. Now she tweets out that they are Harley and Joker. Scarlett, if you are trying to send me a signal, if this is in any way a cry for help, I want you to know, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, I need you to understand, this is 100% true. Go to somebody else. I will not get between a man and his queen. Okay? So if he's murdering you, if you're being held for ransom or against your will, or he's got dirt on you or something, I'm not your guy. Okay? In fact, no one on the internet is your guy. Go to Steel. You know what? Maybe Steel Toe is your guy. He's almost
that's
not
a
even.
good idea.
That's the radio. That's not the internet. You're right. He loves coleslaw, by the way. Nobody loves coleslaw online more.
You want some coleslaw, you big-titted fags?
Than Aaron Imholt. Okay? Please, for the love of God, if there is anything that anyone needs to know or you need help, you know when they used to put a safe space yellow sign up at a 7-Eleven, so if you're a beaten, abused woman, you could show up to the Indian run 7-Eleven and be like, help me, and they have to be like, okay. They have no clue what's going on. That was a place where you could drop off your baby. When I was a kid, 7-Eleven was a place you could safely drop off your unwanted child. Where do you think roller dogs come from? So, I'm not your guy. Go to Aaron Imholt.
PodAwful made me do it.
He can help you out.
I don't think Patrick wants Jesse PS smoke. Jesse's a fucking weirdo.
That's very, very true. Listen to him, okay? This man has taken care of so many fucked up women. She's in what, Wisconsin? He's in Minnesota. Those are close, I think. I think those are relatively close together. Just show up to his house.
You can get over there.
All right. If you want I'll give you his address. If you want to show up to his house, bring a big tub of coleslaw. You guys can eat it together. He will house you. He will bathe you. He will let you cuck him. It's all possible.
The spider will give you energy.
It'll give you wings. So anyway, yeah, I did make them get back together, and I am starting to regret that decision, but I do like the part where it completely deflated, like, took the wind out of the sails of everybody covering this, and that, by the way, that's the proof that the Kino Casino audience are the people who haven't seen what's going on yet, that they just need a catch up. They need you to go, hey, just play the clip. That's who watches, is the just play the clip guys. They don't know that they're back together yet. So the blood is still exciting for them. Me, I can't even get off to blood anymore. We'll be right back with Rabbi Shmuley right after this. Thank you very much. We'll see you in a second.
Thanks to Awful Tech, I've got more time to spend with my family.
Thanks to Awful Tech, I can breathe again.
Thanks to Awful Tech, I can hang with my friends, feel young again, and live my best life.
Talk to your doctor today to see if Awful Tech Capsule Concepts is right for you. Visit awful.tech to see more.
Awful.tech, grab yourself a Slaw Bomber jacket, the patches. It's all part of the Henchman capsule. We got 6 patches and this incredible jacket that people have been asking me for forever now. So we got it. Awful.tech, go grab it. You get everything. Get the entire capsule. You get one of your patches for free. Go check that out. Lots of other stuff too, and more things coming very soon. Awful.tech. Support the program. And with that, I'm taking off the jacket because I'm hot. Is that all right? Should I bring this shirt back, by the way? This shirt is no longer in the store, but maybe I should bring it back. What do we think?
I'd buy a click and shirt.
I did want a neutral PodAwful one for a while, yeah.
What I'm planning to do very soon is I'm going to introduce a bunch of cheaper shirts, cheaper for you to buy. They won't be like terrible quality or anything, but they won't be our incredibly nice quality ones that do cost more. And, there'll be simpler designs and something that everybody can enjoy, and more generic kind of designs on them, but pretty, still good stuff that you can get for a nice, low price. And we're going to introduce those into our pay sell capsule. Oh, you're a pay sell? You have no money? You're broke? Don't worry, we've got you. We've got you. We'll have something nice and cheap for you. You get them to you get the pay cell capsule, you get, a certain amount of money off. We have shirts in there right now in that capsule, but I'm going to be getting rid of those soon. They kind of don't apply anymore.
Yeah, Comics Go, you did that just on like a whim.
That was a joke.
Somebody, yeah.
The Comics
been around
Go
for
shirt.
a while.
I mean, if you want it, go grab it now because I will be getting rid of that at some point. But yeah, we have a Comics Gate related shirt that was just a thing to make Ethan Van Sciver mad, and an Ice Dancer's boyfriend design. That's what's currently in there. I'm gonna get a bunch of new stuff in there and kind of refresh the whole line. Did you guys see what happened with Salvo and Rabbi Shmuley?
Oh, yeah.
Do you guys know who Rabbi Shmuley is? Have you seen this guy before? He's sort of a character, man.
Oh, yeah.
He's like one of the internet's great characters. Let's take a look at this. This is an incredible video.
Rabbi Shmuley is a Zionist fucking pig. Get this. Here he is, right on camera. Hi, everybody. I have no problem saying it. Rabbi Shmuley.
Say your name.
I'm Salvo, baby. I have no problem saying
What's
it.
your phone number?
Sure, why wouldn't you? I guess it's hitting on him now. What's your address? Okay, now what's your soch?
Why would I give a Zionist?
Say it all.
Zionist pig, relax. Why would I give a Zionist? Why would I give?
No. No.
There it is, baby.
No way. That's what we call in the business a tunnel run.
Say it all.
Zionist pig, relax. Why would I give a Zionist? Why would I give?
Excuse me, officer.
So, as if a New York City police officer starts driving, just happens to be driving by, okay? Or maybe Rabbi Shmuley put up the nose signal, I'm not sure. But he comes running by. Shmuley's, he appears to have stolen his top from a child, and now he's hanging out of the bottom of it, Ethan Ralph style. And he does what can only be described as a woman daintily running after her lover on the train, waving her hanky at him style run.
An aggressive mint.
Yes, yeah. There's almost a sachet to it. You gotta watch that one more time.
Say it all.
Zionist pig, relax. Why would I give a Zionist? Why would I give?
Excuse me, officer.
By the way, if you're a cop and a guy comes running up to you like that, you are now in the clear to start.
Oh, bang, bang, bang.
This guy, he's reaching.
Your car.
He's reaching.
Man is attacking me.
I have it on video.
Right now.
I have it on video.
I have it on video.
They both have it on video.
It's a hate crime. He's threatening me.
I called him a Zionist. I didn't touch him.
He came over to me and I filmed the whole thing.
I have it on video.
Unfortunately, Rabbi Shmuley was hate crimed in this moment. He was fully assaulted, both physically and spiritually and metaphysically.
I just talked to him. I didn't touch him.
He's threatening my life.
No, I didn't.
He has to be arrested, please.
I have it on video.
He has to be. Now, I don't know if they noticed when the good rabbi came running up, but they have at this point now noticed his hat. And so they are taking his orders now the way they're meant to.
Please, he has to be arrested.
They know who you are, bro.
Please, sir, he has to be arrested.
Rabbi Shmuley, what happened to dialogue?
Let's see if the
What happened to dialogue, Rabbi
hate crime
Shmuley? Is this your husband? You let him in the street acting such a fool every time, huh?
Debbie, bring it here.
Is that a wig?
This is what happened to me at the fountain.
Yes, that's a wig. Yeah. Yeah, well, of course it's a wig. She's got to hide her head from God. What kind of question is that?
It's just another Rabbi Schmoolie.
What do you want her to do?
They got another one from the clone farm.
What, you want God to see what the hell is going on the top of the head he made? They have to fool their own God with wigs and hats.
And fish line and lots of stuff.
When I was a kid, and I mean a little kid, I'm not Jewish. So I didn't know anything about the Jewish people, and hopefully Rabbi Shmuley will be able to teach me a little something here in a second. I would see these little hats they were wearing, and this is not a joke. I legitimately thought as a child, like a little boy, that they were so embarrassed by their bald spots that they just invented this whole thing just to cover it up.
I did too. That's exactly what I thought.
Okay, this is a common thing. See, I thought so.
Yes.
It definitely. And by the way, yeah.
Yeah.
It's got to be No, it's actually way, way worse than that. Okay, because you could just wear a hat. They had normal hats. If you're really worried about being bald, you would invent the sombrero. You know,
I mean,
Mexicans got that right.
The Hasidic guys have them. Yeah.
I guess Hasidic guys do have
yarmulke.
Jewish sombreros. You're sort of right about that.
Yeah.
Anyway, the point is, it's way, 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 way worse than that. Jewish people were told by God, okay, a guy who they talk to, supposedly, like they're his best buddies. They're his favorites. And God was like, hey, listen, I know this sounds crazy, but I can't be seeing the top of your head. That shit's fucked up, dude. I don't know what this whole thing is with the curly sideburns and all that stuff is, but if I see the top of your head one more, I'm up in heaven, right? And I'm looking down on you guys, and I see all these little bald spots, and I'm like, so you're gonna have to, if you respect me, you want to respect me, you're gonna be covering up that head, son. And Jews went, okay, but how much? The entire reason yarmulkes exist is because it's their way of trying to get around being told to hide. They're like, well, what if I only cover up a little bit of my head? At some point, a rabbi, much like our good friend Rabbi Shmuley here, had to like legitimately sit there and rule upon this and go, okay, well, you can't use like a stamp from the post office. That's too small. So that's not doing it.
And you got to save those. You don't want to waste any money.
So it's actually both. It's like it's them trying to outdo each other on the amount of subverting their own rule set. But it's also like I'm going to guess what the rabbi finally voted on was like, well, we're all kind of bald up there, right? We'll just go with that. That amount will be the good amount. Thank you. Which is crazy. Like, so this is what people don't know, though, is it's way worse with the women. It's way, way worse. Orthodox Jewish women, the reason they all have the same hairdo is because they are wearing wigs. A lot of people don't know this. Hasidic and Orthodox Jewish women, if they are married, they also have to cover their heads. The men, all of the men have to do it. All males. The women only have to do it once they're married. And so they start wearing these wigs because they're so like, you know what? Fuck God.
Yeah.
They're like, I want to still look like a lady and I want people to see my nice hairstyle. Meanwhile, they look like a penguin. I don't know what it is about the way they chose to dress and that hairdo, but they're waddling around in the streets of Williamsburg and you would think it was March of the. Okay, we got several emperors heading this way. So
they're running back to the Iceberg Lounge.
And by the way, I've never seen happier feet than when Rabbi Shmuley ran after these cops. Let's take another look at that real quick.
Pig, relax. Why would I give Excuse me? Why would I give?
Excuse me, officer.
Now imagine Robin Williams hanging out with these guys. So they wear a wig. It's called a shadel. By the way, I know this because I lived in Brooklyn, New York, and I would see these guys everywhere, and I'd see these haircuts, and I asked one, finally. I was like, what is going on with this? I went into, this is true, I was dating a girl who lived in a Hasidic Jewish neighborhood. Now, she was not Jewish. It was just, I guess she found some cheap rent there or something. It's called Borough Park. You can look this up. It's like all Hasidic Jews, and then this girl is living there. Friday nights, it was the most horrifying thing. I went over there one night, spend the night there, and I thought we were being nuked because Friday night comes around and they start blaring all over the town. And it's to let Jews know that sundown is happening and they have to go. They're not allowed to use electronics or do work anymore. And many would argue, were they doing it before? But now they have to set into motion all of their tricks to get around this. Their Shabbos goy, they would hire Mexicans to come and like work the elevator for them. They have to make sure the eruv is up so they can still just, do all the stuff they're not supposed to do. And, call me crazy. I would hear this noise and I'd be like, this is horrific. It sounds like The Purge is beginning outside. Here's a question. Do you need the siren to tell you that it's sundown, or would the sun going down be enough? But apparently these are vampiric style people. They can't even be out there to see it. They have no clue what's going on. They need horn.
It's kind of a Silent Hill thing where the siren also creates the siren is the one creating all of these conditions for them.
I'm going to have to take your word for that because I don't know anything about the game Silent Hill. I've never played that even one time or don't know nothing about it. It was the complete opposite of a Silent Hill. I can tell you that much. It was it was one of the louder hills I've ever been on. And honestly, with that girlfriend, the juice was not really worth that squeeze. It was too scary. But I'm hanging out in her neighborhood one day. I pass by. These are Hasidic Jews, by the way, not just Orthodox, Hasidic Jews. The full Undertaker outfit, They're looking like evil cowboys riding around. I pass by something that most people have probably never seen. One of their clothing stores. You look at that, they're all dressed the exact same. You would think, like, I don't know, what do? You order that out of the catalog? No, they've got like a store where you go to buy the outfit. It's just it's Doug's Closet. Doug Funny. It's just 1,000 of the same outfit and hat over and over again. And I walked in there and I was like, and they're like, are you lost? They legitimately asked, like, are you lost? And I was like, no, I'm just perusing a thing that has never happened. You just go in there and find the one that's your size and then you buy it and leave, of course. And I'm like looking through the jackets, the long jackets, and their weird big medicated shoes. And I look at the price tag. These things are over $1,000. Like every single piece of this is so expensive. And of course, I didn't know it at the time, but the reason for that is they're not paying for it. You are. You're paying for it with your tax money because all of these guys are on welfare. So they jack the price up on these things so that they can make the money off of it, right? And it doesn't do anything to the community. The community is paying for it with their welfare.
In curiosity, Yoel,
I asked the guy running the place about all that stuff, and this is the guy who told me about the shadle. They were selling wigs, and I'm like, oh, that's the hair. That's every Jewish lady's hair is right here on this thing. They've got it. I thought they had like gone around scalping them or something. It was like really scary to see. You see that next to an Undertaker's coat and you're like, oh, I'm in the wrong place. The purge starts happening. And so, yeah, he explained it to me. He was like, no, but the women must also cover their head for God. And I'm like, doesn't that kind of look like they're not covering their, what if God gets confused? And then, looking down from the clouds, I guess, where God is, what if he looks at you and thinks you're not wearing the wig? And then he goes, no, God knows. God knows. And I'm like,
touching his nose.
God knows. And he rises up the chimney. And I said, well, if God knows, then what does the hat do at all? What does wearing a wig do at all? If he can see it anyway, if he knows what's going on, what's the point? And then the guy's like, well, it's about your obedience and it's about a sacrifice you make. I'm like, it's not a sacrifice if you still look like you just have your hair out. if you're wearing the tiniest hat possible. Not, and again, these guys wear the big hats, so I couldn't do that one with them. But I did say, like, if you have hair outside your hair, I don't think, and this is when I found out that the entire religion of Judaism is about fooling God. This was the moment. This was like 2012. Okay. I think it was 2012. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 2012. This was the moment where I go, wait a second. Something's not right here. I start Googling. And that's the worst thing you can do when it comes to a certain people who have a right to exist. The only people on earth who have the right to exist. They don't like to hear you typing. It's one of the worst. By the way, Scarlett Hampton is in chat. Now, she's just saying yes in chat, I see. Is that really her or is it a fake Scarlett? I think that's really her. Did she see all the stuff?
Oh, that's Hamptonks. I think that is her.
Yeah, Scarlett Hamptonks is in chat. So, did she see all the stuff before she just showed up? That's crazy if she just showed up. I don't know what she's saying yes to. Anyway, so I start Googling. I find out about the Eruv. We've talked about this a long time ago on the show. They put a wire around the city so that Jews can do business on days they're not supposed to do business. How does the wire do that? A rabbi blesses it. They literally have Rabbi Shmuley. It's not a joke. Go around every Friday before sundown. They put him in a cherry picker, and he goes around and blesses every inch of a wire so that Jewish businessmen can fool God. Now, think about that for a second. I need you to think, when you watch this man busybody and parade his little tuchus.
Say it all. Say it all. Zionist pig, relax. Why would I give a Why would I give?
When you watch him mince his way toward the police as if he had just been murdered, okay, I want you to remember that these are people with a mentality of, I can fool God.
Yeah.
Officer,
Also,
this man is attacking me.
What are you going to say, Eric?
he tells the cop he called me a Jew, which is not true. He only called him a Zionist pig. And so within the 15 seconds of interaction, he's already lied about what's happened. And, he thinks just being called a Zionist pig is enough
Well,
to be
if you
arrested.
can fool God, fooling a cop's pretty fucking easy. I mean, that's pretty.
That's true.
That's low on the totem pole.
I have it on video.
Please,
no, I didn't.
he has to be arrested.
They know who you are.
He has to be arrested.
Bro.
Please, sir, he has to be arrested.
Rabbi
Let me
Schmoolie,
get the whole thing,
what
get the
happened
whole
to
thing.
dialogue?
Let's see if the
What happened to
NYPD
dialogue,
takes
Rabbi
this hate
Schmoolie?
crime
Is this your
seriously.
husband? You let him in the street acting such a fool every time, huh?
Let me bring it here. This is what happened to me at the Fontainebleau Hotel. I won't put up with it.
Rabbi
This
Schmoolie,
man
why are
is
you
threatening
lying?
me. He is harassing
Rabbi
me.
Schmoolie,
He's
why are
guilty
you
of a hate
lying?
crime, and now let's see if the NYPD.
Rabbi Schmoolie, I have it on video right here.
I was doing a video.
What's
about-
crazy? They're both filming, and so Salvo's like, I have it on video. Obviously, I didn't do anything. That makes sense. Shmoolie goes, I have it on video. Well, what are you going to do? Show him that nothing happened? Shmoolie has done this in every city he's gone to, by the way. He was in like Florida and this happened. He was in Germany. He went to Germany and this happened. A guy came up to him and like tapped him on the foot or something, and he starts going, police, whatever the German word for police is. Officer. And in Germany, a guy looking like this saying something like that, like you're going to get the chair for that.
This is about anti-Semitism.
Can we? You stole your wardrobe from the closet of Zelensky or something here. Somebody, who was it? Somebody said that. Maybe it was Salvo who said this. That he is wearing the shirt of one of the Palestinian kids that they murdered.
Right here.
He stole it off of the corpse of a child.
Video about this is about anti-Semitism.
I'm doing
this
a
play.
video
We're in the middle
too.
of an intermission. This man came over.
I was at the play
attacked
too.
me, harassed me. He already called us fucking Jews upstairs. I have a woman who witnessed it.
No,
you called us.
No, I didn't. So that just didn't. He's like making stuff up now. That didn't even happen. And by the way, that would be crazy because again, he's not lying about this. The play they're watching is about anti-Semitism. Everyone in the theater is Rabbi Shmuley except for Salvo.
Yes.
Salvo took his girlfriend to see this play because she's like, I like John Lithgow, and he's the lead actor in the play. And so I think they went in blind, not knowing what this was. They show up, and it's just rabbis in the audience, which, again, one of the spookiest things that could happen. If you had no cultural context for what a Jewish man is, like an Orthodox Jew or a rabbi is, and you put a figure out on your lawn for Halloween of a rabbi, people would be just as scared of that as they would be of a 12-foot skeleton.
The Hat Man.
I do have a question.
Yes.
I'm
I'm
is
taking
it a crime to shout?
1 second.
Anyone else?
One second. I'm now taking questions. The floor is yours.
Is it a crime to shout Jew in a theater full of rabbis?
It's a crime
because of panic.
It's a crime to shout gas. I think the Supreme Court ruled on that.
Fucking Jews.
I'm with my wife over there.
So obviously that didn't it would be so insane if Salvo inside the theater full of rabbis was like, you fucking Jew. This wouldn't have started on the street if that was the case. They'd all imagine them all running out of the building, mincing around, going off in every direction. It would be like the Tunnels video. You would be seeing, they would be crawling out of the manhole covers like teenage mutant ninjas.
And he just attacked me. My name is Rabbi Shmuley Boteres. He will tell you.
They know who you are.
As he will tell you. My reputation precedes me.
Rabbi Shmuley. They know who you are, Rabbi Shmuley. You're making
He attacked me, and this is a hate crime.
You're making it.
What was the crime exactly? Which part was the crime? Okay, I understand the hate. But I don't see the crime just yet. Maybe he knows something I don't. Okay, let's listen.
Scene, Rabbi Shmuley.
He attacked me, and this is a hate crime. Now, why did you walk over to me? Tell him. No. Why did you walk over to me? What did you say? Why did you walk over to me? What did you say?
I said you're a Zionist.
No, you said I'm an effing Zionist. You started an attack.
No, he said you're a Zionist pig. Now, now that's where the hate comes in. This guy can't eat pork.
I'm allowed to swear at you.
Safety.
No, I didn't.
Threatening my safety.
No, I didn't.
You invaded my personal space to harm me.
I'm allowed to say that. I'm allowed to say he's a Zionist pig.
And by the way, oink oink.
I'm allowed to say.
You really, by the way, now that's kind of bad for Salvo in that moment because you really don't want to be using pig as an insult and then getting cops involved in it. They're not going to be on your side.
Yeah. He's a Zionist pig. Why do you escalate, Rabbi Schmoolie? Why do you escalate? Why do you escalate, Rabbi Schmoolie?
Jews have to be safe.
It's a hat. They're saying it's a hat crime in chat. It is sort of a hat crime, yeah.
Sir, I have freedom of speech.
I'm the hat man.
Sir.
Jews cannot be attacked because they weren't Jews. If someone's black and they're attacked, that's racist.
Rabbi Schmoolie completely losing his mind.
By the way, on this day, Salvo had already broken onto the news to yell that Israel are criminals or war criminals. No joke.
Damn,
they're like
really?
CNN or something. Yeah, there's a whole nother video where like they've got a, I don't know if it's CNN or what news channel. It was
They're covering the No Kings protests.
Yeah, and he just happened to ride up on a bicycle and see that this guy was, there's an anchor out on the field there, and he runs up on him and gets on the news, and he got tackled, by the way. Like, hi, I'm the news. You know how they've always got that person to try to get you out of there from doing that? Some dude comes up and boom, just bull rushes him.
It's freedom of speech. It's freedom of speech.
And it's freedom of speech. You're allowed to say that. In America, you're allowed to say it's freedom of speech. Wouldn't that be a funny, like, try a legal defense? No, Your Honor, I might have called him a Zionist pig, but remember, I have freedom of speech.
It's the moops.
I actually have freedom of speech, so.
I can call him a Zionist. It's freedom of speech. We're not in Israel. I got it all on video if you want to see it. What happened? I know him. I was at the
I know him. Oh. So this is one of those pre-planned rabbi-style hate crimes. I see what's going on here, Salvo.
Premeditated.
Yeah. Let me guess. There's like a really silly-looking swastika coming up here.
I know who he is. He's a Zionist. I saw. He was filming a video.
That's one way to put it.
Saying, in my opinion, a bunch of hateful things, right?
But where was that video being taken?
Just right here.
To you or like?
No, his wife was filming him, and I just went up.
And you can already tell the cop is like, ugh, why did we stop the car? we could have just floored it. Why on earth did we hit the brake?
I filmed him and called him a Zionist, and that's when he ran to you guys right away. And I can show it to you.
Yeah, I would love to see his little run one more time. That's incredible. We saw him running up to the car, and we were like, this is the silliest fucking thing we've ever seen. You've got that on video?
You gotta see all the angles.
Go ahead and show that to me about 150 more times. Okay? Inject it into my goddamn veins.
He's attacking me.
Wait, let's...
Zionist pig, relax. Why would I give a Zionist? Why would I... Zionist pig, relax. Why would I give a Zionist? Why would I give a...
Oh. He's Horseshack. So... Anyway, our friend Rabbi Shmuley was supposed to be on the program tonight, but unfortunately, and I just found this out right before the show, apparently it's Passover, starts right when the show begins. So originally, Rabbi Shmuley was designated to be our guest on this evening's program. However, the horn started blaring, the purge has begun, and he is no longer allowed to be on the show. So, in his place, we have gotten ourselves a Mexican Shabbos Goy to answer all of our questions about this interaction. And that Mexican's name is Ethan Ralph. Ladies and gentlemen, my guest this evening. I'm just kidding. All right, there's no...
Oh, damn.
You felt for a second. April Fools!
Yeah, it got me.
I thought it was just going to be Jared with a big nose.
Let me explain what really happened, because I don't want people to think I did an April Fool's on this one. I already did an April Fool's today, and we will discuss that on a separate episode of the show. Okay. On an upcoming primo episode of the show. This show, I don't know if you can tell, wasn't planned. Just did it. I want to explain this because I don't want people who are in the pizza fund particularly, but also people who just regularly watch. I don't want them to think like I'm on vacation or just not delivering product, not doing the show, whatever negative thing. I just want people to know, I find out that they're sending these astronauts up. I've been doing some moon base repairs and remodels. Okay. I've got henchmen going around 24/7 working on stuff. We've got big plans and big projects in the works for the program. The most important thing to me right now is the program, getting more people in the program, making more people see the light. And in order to do that, I have to work on these huge things. It's as many henchmen as we've got. It's sort of, when it comes down to the nitty gritty, the daily kind of stuff, it's just me. I'm a one-man band. It's got to be me. I've got to make the hard decisions. I've got to, fund these things and pool our resources and figure this kind of stuff out. So it becomes very, very difficult to do shows and do that. So I've been trying to figure out how to balance this, okay? This is something that I've seriously put a lot of thought into, and I realized the only possible way, the only thing I can do, and even this will not fully work, because the bare minimum version of setup for this show is so heavily involved, and then trying to put it out as a podcast and the video and get it on the website. All of these things, it's just me doing these things. I'm sitting there and physically doing them in real time. You know, when it gets posted to Twitter, the Discord, the website, that's me clicking a button every single time. It's me typing everything. It's me doing everything.
Takes pulling the lever.
It's a single episode of the show, even with no pre-planning, is like 24 hours of work minimum.
It's the same cost as a Netflix television show.
And so I was like, you know what? I just gotta, if we're gonna get any shows out whatsoever, I gotta just go live and wing it and see what happens. So you're watching that right now. If you're like me and you think, you know what, I prefer when you try, Jesse, then let me know now and we won't do this again. But I didn't want to just leave people hanging. I got more for you, by the way. This show's not over. But I just wanted to go live and fly by the seat of my pants and see what happens and see if that allows me to do other work as well. It's impossible to balance. Is too much. I got so many things I'm working on. You'll see it. One day you will see the fruits of these labors. And, many of the henchmen are also working on stuff for the show as well. So this will be a big, big deal because very soon, or maybe not very soon for me could be a year, by the way, just to be clear. But very, very soon, we will have a new season, okay, which was supposed to happen a year and a half ago, I think. Anyway, so I just want to be very, very clear and very transparent about this sort of thing. Every little project, every side thing, putting out the jackets and the patches, merch stuff, all these things. It's just me. It's just me doing that. And so, if I ran a Kino Casino or a Nightwave or a British Nightwave show, I'm sure I'd have all the time in the world to get all these other things done and do shows. It's just not like that. I'm so sorry. So anyway, I brought that up to say this. I had no plan other than I'm going to go live. And then I went, hey, wait a second. The other day, I sent Rabbi Shmuley a message saying, will you please let me interview you on my show? Somebody years ago at this point, I think, no, maybe a year ago, said, hey, Rabbi Shmuley kind of just goes on shows. You could probably get him on. And then they gave me they're like, you should probably do this or that. And it was something that I'd always meant to pursue anyway. And so I was like, I could probably finally make this happen. This big thing happened, Salvo, blah, blah, blah. And so I messaged him. I was legitimately trying to get him on the show. This was not an April Fool's prank. We do April Fools all year long, okay? Every day is April Fool's Day for me. I really don't need to make a big deal out of a specific day of the year for this sort of thing. So I saw instantly a bunch of people saying, oh, it's April Fool. Oh, I get it. Oh, it's April 1st, blah, blah, blah. Number one, by the way, if your knee-jerk reaction to what you think is an April Fool's Day prank is to say out loud, I'm not being fooled, you're just as bad as a guy getting fooled. You're worse. You're lame. You're a loser for trying to ruin the fun. I can't tell you how many people I saw saying that. People in the chat room beforehand, people in DMs, all sorts of stuff.
I know joke.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not getting fooled. Okay, gold star, boy detective. Great job. Here's your pat on the head, idiot. Now waddle off. So I hate that. And that's, by the way, why I'm not going to ever attempt to do some giant April Fool's Day prank ever again. Because instantly someone would ruin it. Everybody's too stupid for that. If you're a henchman, you should not ever be saying anything like that. It really, really gets to me. So I saw all those people saying that. I'm like, I didn't even respond. I was like, okay, whatever. That's what they think. But I was legitimately trying to get them to come on. And then it was explained to me today just happens to be the first day of Passover. And there is absolutely no way this Jewish man is going to be on the internet tonight. So this was another, earlier I was thinking about how, hey, wait a second. I just memed Scarlet and Ralph back together with a Harley Quinn meme. I could probably just lie Rabbi Shmuley onto the show. I've done it before. I've successfully gotten people to go on the show or get me on their show by just announcing it with no prior anything with it. So that's what I was doing. That's what that tweet was. If you're mad about it, I don't care really. But that is what I was trying to do, was meme Rabbi Shmuley onto the show. Now, I've said a lot of silly things here about this guy in the show, but that's not really my fault. He did run the way he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
So that's kind of on him. But I would still love to have him on the show. I love to talk to everybody. Salvo is a friend of the show, so obviously this was like a big deal to me and a very funny thing. And Salvo has been going on. He got like 22,000 followers on Twitter or something out of this. Again, this was mega viral. He went on Sneako's stream the other day. Sneako, gigantic streamer. He talked to him about it. Here's a little bit of that. Let's see. I'll just go to the middle somewhere on this. So here he is talking to Sneako.
What's the point?
What's the point? It's like, he probably loves attention, and he's probably literally some like foreign-brained idiot in a way. You know what I mean? Like just like no sense of decorum or sort of like procedure in movie theaters. We see it happen all the time.
Well, you.
Oh yeah. So yeah, he was explaining. He explains to Sneako in this clip. Apparently, Shmoolie, and this is why I would love to interview Shmoolie for real. Because, like, I need to know what's going on in a guy like this's head, okay? During the middle of the play, Rabbi Shmoolie gets up, which is crazy. But just standing up in a Broadway play is so insane, okay? Before intermission, that's weird. You don't get up and go to the bathroom. That's why they have intermission. He stands up and starts changing clothes in the middle of the theater during the play. And he changes into the weird Palestinian child outfit that we saw him in. So it's like he was getting ready for, I don't know. I don't know. The craziest part is he's telling this story. I've seen them do this kind of thing before. It's like every place they go is their living room or something. Like there's no shame. There's no wall there at all. I don't know what makes a guy do something like that, but he was getting naked inside the theater and putting on new clothing. He brought with him a change of clothes for some reason. He's the only guy doing that. To everybody in the audience is a rabbi. He's still the only one doing that. I'm thinking about it now. I am wondering. I wonder if any of our other goons covered the Shmoolie event. That might be interesting to take a look at if anybody wants to go, throw a tentacle out into the Goon Opticon and see if any other goons have talked about this, shown the clip. We might want to take a look at other goon coverage on this. Now, I'm not sure what I should say here. I got is this live yet? What is going on here? Let me just check in on something real quick while somebody tries to find me any goon coverage. I'm going to check in on another goon here myself and see. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is starting late. That kind of sucks. Where are we? Fuck. That is so late for what I was hoping we would go for. I kind of want to wrap this episode up right now, but this isn't happening until maybe an hour from now. Fuck. Okay, so here's what I found out. Salvo told me that he is going on Elijah Schaefer's show.
Oh my God. Yes.
Again, this video, this thing that happened to him is big. Everyone's talking about it. Everyone's covering it. Mega viral. So he got invited on to all these other people's shows and streams and stuff. Sneeko, Elijah Schaefer. Now, we, of course, were covering Elijah Schaefer entering the Matrix recently on the program, where he seemed to no clip out of reality and into some sort of liminal space in a flooded hotel. Elijah Schaefer got called out by Milo for cheating on his wife with Sarah Stock. It was a whole meltdown. Go check out that episode. It's a very fun, very funny episode. Elijah Schaefer tweeted this out and said, he says, new set coming together. So remember, he's had to move away because of his divorce. So he's having to build a new set for Rift TV, a thing that everyone is now claiming is exactly what we said. Grift TV. It's a fake platform. All of the viewers are botted. They have no money. He's now spending somebody's money to build a brand new set. New set coming together, almost done, goes hard. April 1st, 9 p.m. CT. We are so back 5 times a week, Monday through Friday. First show guests, Scott Thornton show. I don't know who that is. Chaotic, Hermes, no clue, Nikki Rudd, and then our friend Salvopancakes. I want to see this. Don't you guys want to see it? I want to see this. I want to watch this live.
Yeah.
Now,
yes, please.
Elijah is saying that because of some legal commitments, and then he puts in parentheses that I won, he has to go a bit late, and now he's starting at, what does he say here? 9 p.m. CT. Now he's saying he's starting at 9:30 to 10 p.m. CT. And I've been checking Rift TV on Rumble this whole time. I'm assuming he's going to go live on Rumble. I don't see anything yet, so we're not there yet, I guess. One thing, and maybe we can cover this until he goes live then. One thing that did happen is he put out a video addressing the allegations against him. And it turns out, and this is crazy, turns out that Elijah Schaefer didn't cheat on his wife with Sarah Stock and ruin his own life and wasn't addicted to drugs and wasn't drunk every single day of his life and all the other Milo allegations. Turns out the Jews did it.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Not kidding. He is blaming Israel for his divorce. Okay, so maybe we should take a look at that. Here on this tweet that he posted here, he shows himself building his new studio, and you may notice a little fashion choice that's kind of strange going on here. Elijah is now sporting the Michael Jordan look, let's call it. Okay, but damn, he's got a really great every single podcast first guy starter kit set. He made sure he went out and he got the vertical slatted wood wall. He's got the cheap fake neon sign, Steven Crowderly style. He's got a fake plant. Gotta have fake plants. Is it really a studio? Unless you have
so
fake
some lip filler too.
Plants. Yeah, he's also plumping when you cook them. And then this is the craziest part. Take a look at this. This dude's Morpheus posting.
Damn.
He's got a little guy. He's got a little guy here. Okay. Now, since we last left Elijah Schaefer, somebody tweeted to him and said that Elijah has sex with teenage boys. And Elijah's response to that was, and I'm not kidding, yeah, and what are you going to do about it, pussy? Now, I read that and I was like, Okay, not gonna lie, that's tough. This appears to be one of his teenage boys, and he is legitimately forcing him to wear Morpheus glasses. Okay, what are they? Nietzsche Pinch or something. Pinch-nez, they call them. There's no arms on them. It's just sticking to his nose with spittle, with Elijah's spittle. Keeping it on there. So this guy, Elijah, apparates into the Matrix, and now he's got his own white Morpheus on his show. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with any of this. It's honestly too crazy. Again, there's his shitty, every manosphere starter
lighting.
Typical studio kind of setup here. Very dumb, very no brain. Loser. I could probably do an hour on this, to be honest, but I'll save you from that for now, because I think maybe we should, in the meantime, check out Elijah's response to the allegations. Does that sound good? Not gonna lie, it's tough for real.
Yeah.
All right, let me just check on, before we get too deep into it, let me check one more time to make sure he's not live yet. Nope, nothing there. Let me just check. He's blocked me on Twitter. Okay. And by the way, that's not a one-time joke image of him with a Hitler mustache. Like, he is going full on, that's his thing now, because the Jews made him get divorced. He made what was the original tweet about this? Let me read this real quick, actually. He said, "New studio coming together. The most racially real, anti-Israel, pro-male, anti-India, pro-America, pro-white, sexual patriot, raw, real, anti-trans agenda, anti-Iran war daily show returns April 1st. Nigga, say April Fools right now. Say April Fools right now. You just tried to sell me on sexual patriot?
Sexually male.
Listen, I want to see Salvo on the show, but I got to be honest. It feels a little gay to tune into a guy who's a sexual patriot. Who's, by the way, telling everyone that it's cool that he has sex with teenage boys. That's also something also strikes me as gay about that. Can't quite put my finger on it. Yeah.
I'm a little queer.
Okay. The Grift TV. Let's cut to the chase here with this. And let's see what he has to say. Oh, and this all start. Look at this. This is how he starts it. The eighth. He's calling this the eighth front.
I think there's another revolution coming. I tend to steer it along.
Wait, what? You can't see it. Hang on. I got to show you this. Look in the bottom right-hand corner. There's a little... I did not know that was there. He's got a little icon that says moon base, and he's got a moon base on there. Guys, the tendrils of POD. We are influencing major world events at this point. This is getting a little too spooky, because watch this video.
With the achievement of a broader peace. When history is within reach.
So what Israel is fighting here is not merely a seven-front war, but an eighth-front war. For the Jews.
Now, again, he's showing this at the beginning of his "Oops, I cheated on my wife" stream. The name of this episode is My Response to the Allegations. Okay? He hadn't done anything in a month because he had gotten so blown out all across the internet.
Against Rome. Rome and Jerusalem clashed over values with a great tragedy for the Jewish people. Well, we lost that one. We have to win it.
Powerfully
but
divorced.
The new Rome, the United States, Jews against Rome.
Oh, wait a second. I'm getting something here. Salvo tweeted this out. According to r/public freakout, Rabbi Shmuley was undressing during the play. So this is a third-party account of what Salvo saw inside the Broadway play. LOL, this happened in the middle of the play Giant last night. I guess the name of the play is Giant. This Shmuley guy was sitting, which by the way, that sounds racist. This fucking Shmuley guy. All right, first of all,
Schmoolie over here.
I got a Shmuley in front of me here, all right? This guy's taking off his shirt. He's taking... this Shmuley guy was sitting in front of me, and OP, the guy filming, was also in my row, meaning Salvo. OP showed up late and stoned off his ass with his also blind, stoned Manson family vibes girlfriend. Wait, is he talking about Salvo or Shmuley? I don't know. Okay, hang on.
I thought they were talking about Schmoolie.
Who came onto my teenage son as she was leaving. What? What is going on here? Ruined the first act for everyone near them as they were making fist-pumping motions and cheering every time Lithgow said the word Jew. What?
That could be either one of them.
They hear Jew and they're like, I recognize that reference. Yes. Yeah. We're number one. So, okay, he is talking.
They have like a whole little sheet, like Rocky Horror Picture Show of all the things, the audience participation. They're throwing chickens onto the stage.
Yeah. They're just killing chickens in the audience, just swinging them around. Oh my God! Everybody walks out of there covered in blood. It's like a Scarlett Hampton video. Okay, so they're talking about Shmuley. I thought they were talking about Salvo. I was like, Manson family vibes girlfriend. Yikes. So what does that mean? So Shmuley's got a girlfriend who is stoned out of her mind. Like, I was not expecting that. That's crazy. All right. And the Shmuley guys. Wait, hang on a second. Wait. No, they were talking about Salvo. I'm so confused. Because the next line is, and the Shmuley guy is also a total piece of work. Okay, so this is the funniest thing ever. That makes way more sense that Salvo and his girlfriend are blind, stoned, that they've smoked so much. That makes sense. They are sitting there cheering at the word Jew during this play. That
sounds like Salvo.
Fucking rocks. What a fun date. You know, at first when I heard him say like, oh yeah, I'm visiting with my girlfriend in New York and she said she likes John Lithgow, so I took her to see one of his plays. I was like, gay? Wow, that sounds lame. This sounds awesome as hell.
Yeah.
Imagine just hanging out with a girl and screaming every time a famous actor says Jew on a stage 5 feet in front of you. Yeah. That rocks. That's awesome. Okay. All right. Salvo, respect. All right. And the Shmuley guy is also a total piece of work. Before the play, he's talking to anyone who would listen about how he's being sued by everyone in Florida, and it's all about anti-Semitism. As soon as the play starts, he's decided it's time to take his shoes off. Yo.
Oh, come on.
You know it's stank in there.
And it already probably wasn't great. Yeah. He decides it's time to take his shoes off. Why, they put? See, this is why I need to talk to Shmuley. Maybe he's got a perfectly reasonable explanation for why he's going little sock feet to the play. To take off one of his several layered shirts and put another shirt on, and to stand up and change places with his companion. What a night at the theater. So they're just getting up playing musical chairs while he's going barefoot. Poor John Lithgow, by the way. He thought he was doing something nice, something important for the Jewish people for this one. Imagine that. Imagine on stage playing an anti-Semitic character to try to teach people the real way you should act, and you look out into the crowd and you see some pube beard weirdo taking his shoes off and going, this seat's a little too dry for me. Can I sit in your stink, honey? Let's get up. You know he's the guy who's coughing during the play. There's always that guy. You go see any live show, and there's one guy who's gotta be making noise. He's gotta be up to something. He's there. He thinks the crowd's looking at him. And then we've got this is funny. Hang on. We've got this little drawing was done, I suppose. Shmoolie looking at Salvo. How funny too is it that Salvo was wearing a jacket that says demons on it when this happened? Yeah. All right, well, that was very cool. Thank you, Salvo, for sharing that with me. You know, Salvo, I mean, if Elijah's not live yet and it doesn't look like he is, you know, if you got a little extra time here, if you're watching, feel free to call in and judge this one up. Yeah, I'd love to watching. Love to hear more about whatever you got going on. I mean, is this Elijah? Here's the thing, too. Like, I'm kind of stringing this out so we can watch you live on his thing. Who knows what time Salvo even shows up on there? So...
Oh, yeah, he was the last person tagged.
Yeah, too. I'm kind of thinking it might be a little late in the game here. I would love to maybe, you know, not watch if this isn't going to fucking happen. I do want to see this, though. I do want to see his response to the allegations. All right, you get it. It's always been this is an entire video just about Jews at the top of his allegations video. It's so crazy. Like, Elijah, sorry, but they've got a right to exist.
And you prepare them for the kill, for the butchery.
My name is Elijah Schaefer, and you've probably heard about me recently in the news.
By the way, you play a bunch of Jewish clips, and then you say, "Hi, I'm Elijah Schaefer. Save a seat at the table for me. It's Passover." I'm going to assume you were pro all of that stuff. Somebody needs to break into his studio, which I assume is his home, knock him on the head a few times, hello, and wake him up and go, Elijah, you're Jewish. Okay? If Judaism broke up your marriage, it's because you introduced it to your marriage. If anybody's swinging chickens and getting up during the play and taking off their shoes, it's a guy named Elijah Schaefer. You know,
Judaism is coming from inside the marriage.
Exactly. You know, we've got ears and eyes, right? We can hear your name. We can see you. Your job is political grifter. You're Jewish. The day your job is political grifter is the day you're inducted into Judaism's Hall of Fame. That's kind of up there. That's like it's like Moses, and then I don't know, probably Shmoolie, and then you. You're definitely in the mix. You're in the pantheon on the Mount Rushmore of Judaism. You've made it for sure,
and not for reasons that anybody would actually like. Now, the reason why you heard about me in the news is this 27-page dossier. It's printed nicely in color, about 29 cents per page. It's the kind of budget we have here at Riff TV, whatever we have left of it. After my brother-in-law, Eli James McGarvey, who...
Whoa.
Is this guy a white slave or what?
This dude is eating turd, okay? This is toilet time. We've got a little extra toilet time going on. There's something for the fans out there. One of your favorite segments on the show.
Wrote this dossier under the...
He's taking Hunter Biden-style pictures of his brother-in-law.
Codename Francis Moon, and you can see it right there. Francis Moon at protonmail.ch to someone that we're going to be...
Hey, I got bad news for you, man. No matter what pictures you pull up of this guy, you could be in a tutu, you know, spinning toddlers on his finger in a circle like a top. And I would still go, oh, it's your brother-in-law saying this? Well, he probably knows something. I guess he has the inside track. This isn't Milo Yiannopoulos alone saying it. This is a family member Sorry, man, you're getting British mershed.
Introduced to called Milo Yiannopoulos. His email is m@milo.net, and that is not doxing. Those are publicly available emails.
Yeah, I don't think you can dox Milo. He gives out his address and phone number all the time.
Now, the real question is what did Elijah do? Why was I in the news? And why did you actually know about it?
Okay, let's be clear. You weren't in the news.
No.
I don't know if this guy's
maybe the
ever,
Indian Times.
Yeah, I don't know if this guy's ever been in the news. You were on the internet, which is where you always are.
It's kind of weird that a washed up podcaster's private divorce and the situation around it ended up on your front news page.
It's not a private divorce just because you lied on Twitter out loud and said that you were still with your wife, but she had been kidnapped by Israel, which is a thing that actually he said happened.
It's really not that important of a story. It actually doesn't affect you in any way, but yet here we are having to make a response about it because it's a much bigger story, and you guys actually haven't really heard any part of it, and I'm going to clear the air.
We heard a lot of parts of it. You're way too late to the story to be acting like we haven't heard any of it. You can give your side of it, which, by the way, has to include the part, and this is important to me. Maybe I'm the only person who cares about this, but I'm going to need your side of the story to include why you were in that flooded, empty hotel.
Yeah, that's the most important part.
It's the most important part. Like, lore-wise, whatever was going on. Like, I think we figured out every other part. You just lied about your family. You lied about your car being stolen. All of that was just a lie. None of that explains where you didn't know how chairs worked anymore.
I mean, the Backrooms movie is coming out soon. Like, it's serendipity that connects.
Oh,
so.
yeah, we should edit his thing into the trailer for that Backrooms thing.
Yeah.
Somebody do that for me just right now so that I don't have to.
Before we get into this story, we have 3 parts to this video. Number 1, I'm going to give you a background on my divorce, not because I want to, not because I owe it to you, but just because I feel like I need to tell the truth here, because none of it has been truthful so far, and I'm not going to let my children grow up to have their dad's reputation smeared. I'm doing this for my kids, for them, not for you.
You posted that your dick works to Twitter as a response to all of this happening. It's about the kids, though. Really, at the end of the day, it is what it is, and it's always about the kids.
Number 2, we're going to actually get into this dossier. It's actually quite juicy. In fact, the best way to treat blackmail, which this involves actual blackmail and extortion, criminally too, as well as criminal wiretapping and even more invasions of privacy than you guys are privileged to know about. I'm going to release it to you guys because the best thing to do with blackmail is own it and share it yourself.
And again, I said this before, this is a sexual deviant. This is a guy, we should be getting this guy, Salvo. I need you to ask Elijah Schaefer to take the PP test.
He's talking about owning black males. Like, yeah, this is pretty deviant.
Well, he already had a Mexican manservant, so that's kind of the
sexual patriot too.
In the neighborhood at the very least. But I'm going to need Salvo to address the PP test with this guy. This is a sexual deviant, and every time with these guys, the thing they get off on is letting you know about it. This isn't humiliating for him. He loves that he's finally free to do this. He's free to tell everyone, yes, he's fucking teenage boys. Yes, his dick works.
I'm coming out.
100%. I think we should perform the PP test on him. I think I need to be unblocked on Twitter, and Elijah needs to submit to testing.
Oh, my dick even. Yeah, because they actually do have a dick pic of me.
So he's saying he's going to share his dick pic. I stopped it right before that. He's saying he's going to share his dick pic. Not necessary, man. That's not... You just keep that in the compromat folder and keep it to yourself.
I'm going to release it to you guys because the best thing to do with blackmail is own it and share it yourself.
Yeah, it's a sex guy. This is a sex guy.
Show my dick even. Yeah, because they actually do have a dick pic of me that they've said they do. So if you guys...
Show my dick even. He said, oh, I'm in now.
Remember, this is for his children.
Right, this is for his kids.
Is for his...
Well,
They've never seen the truth about his dick.
He showed it to him. One day, he sat him down. He's like, I need you guys to know about the birds and the bees and the Israelis. Zip.
And understand that reference. That's why. And number 3, we're going to talk about the connection to the 8th Front War. Genuinely, how this connects to the FBI. And we're not capping on this one. Like, it is self-admitted.
Oh, okay. So which ones were the ones you were capping on?
Everything before.
Right. Everything else. This is the real part.
In this dossier that they are working, Milo and Eli are working with the FBI, and it's not the first time they've done so. Essentially, my divorce, which really had...
You know what? Maybe that's true. What was the thing with him on the last episode where it's like he was working for some South American government, Costa Rica or something? Does anybody remember what country he was like weird? He had a safe house in some South American country or something. El Salvador. I think it was El Salvador. Yeah, he was like, the interests of America are in El Salvador.
Yeah.
Remember that? So yeah, maybe. If the FBI is investigating you, it's because you need to be investigated. Normally, I would be 100% against that, but in your case, something weird's going on. By the way, you're not. I refuse to believe you're being sponsored by Tazo Tea. I think this is what they used to sell at Starbucks when I worked there. Tazo Tea. He's got it on the desk like it's, liquid death or something. Like my penis brought to you by Tazo Tea. Earl Grey.
No public interest became just another exploitation that these bad faith actors used in order to blow up my life. Now, one thing that I want to say that's important.
It had nothing to do with you cheating on your wife, your life blowing up.
And before we start about this, is this never was about my marriage. It's not about my marriage. It's actually about my company, Rift TV.
How many times do you think he said that exact same sentence to his wife?
Now, Rift TV was started last year with 2 main objectives. Number 1, we wanted to create a community to hire...
El Salvador, they say in the chat. Yeah. Salvo, bring that up on Elijah's show.
Individuals from the industry that were talented, but were fired from their jobs for anti-Semitism or anti-Israel remarks. One of those individuals, which you'll become familiar with today, is named Sarah.
Was that specifically what Rift TV was about? I don't remember him saying that before, that it was just for guys who got in trouble for anti-Semitism. And remember, he was originally going to bring on Vrillium. Is that the guy's name? Vrillium? But then it was revealed that guy is gay. And so he never made it onto the platform.
Like really gay.
This guy gets in trouble for looking gay online because he was gay online. And then Elijah Schaefer's like, nope, that's no good for Rift TV. This is a family-friendly platform. Then annihilates his own family and then says on Twitter 2 days later, by the way, I have sex with teenage boys. That's a quote.
From the industry that were talented, but were fired from their jobs for anti-Semitism or anti-Israel remarks. One of those individuals, which you'll become familiar with today, is named Sarah Stock. Okay? Now,
we're familiar.
Obviously, I'm not going to violate her NDA, and I don't want to get any more involved because...
It's violated. Didn't you violate enough when you were feeding her Benadryl against her will? Giving her allergies. Very Jewish.
Her previous employer threatened me. He also happens to be Jewish. But let's just say that she left the company for a reason that I thought...
Her previous employer, who happens to be Jewish, his name is Elijah Schaefer.
Felt like was wrong. And that's why we hired her. We didn't hire her for any other reason. The fact that she was talented and the fact that she was...
Yeah, she had 2 nice talons right on the front.
Was let go from her job for very nefarious reasons. And we wanted to create a community and a home for people like that. But the main reason why Rift TV was under attack and kind of was successfully dismantled, which happened previously before my divorce was made public, was because we created a network to be the first of its kind to not accept Zionist funding, not accept any money from Israel. In fact, accept no pro-Israeli money so we could actually speak freely about the truth of how the Israel lobby has infiltrated the United States of America. And
kind of just sounds like you didn't manage to get any sponsors. Like we're the first one ever to not have any Israeli funding. Oh, you just mean funding? You trace it back far enough, and baby, all roads lead to Rome.
Every facet, from the private industries to the public.
By the way, did anyone find anything of any goons covering the Salvo Schmoolie video? I didn't see anything pop up and nobody looked, did they? Okay.
I went through my feed. I didn't see anybody.
Okay.
Public service accounts of our own president. It's true.
I'm microwaving a quesadilla.
Thank God. You told me. You're microwaving a quesadilla? What is that? So is it one that you personally made?
No, it's leftovers.
From where?
Mexican restaurant.
Be more specific.
It's called La Hernando's. It's just like a
dox him. Look that up. Dox him and look that up.
Got his ass.
As well as security, like with Palantir. And we wanted to create a network to combat that and give you guys the truth. And that's the real story here. That's the enemy of Milo. That's the enemy of Eli. And quite frankly, it's the enemy of the FBI as well as the Israeli intelligence services. Now, I want to say one thing before we get into part one that I need to.
This dude just fucked some blonde bitch, and now the FBI and Israel are involved. BB's on his case. By the way, it looks like this thing is going live. I do see there is now they're in the little pre-stream thing on Rumble right now, but it looks like he's going live here. So I'll keep checking back in with that.
You just get out of the way. The New York Times has contacted me and offered me $25,000, which of course we have proof of, in order to give them the rights to this interview. This weird divorce, why is a divorce worth $25,000 to one of the largest publications that works directly with the United States intelligence services? Why would they give me money? Well, this is what it's all been about. It's been about controlling the narrative. And that's why I want to tell you.
Isn't Elijah Schaefer just one of those guys who went around to rallies and, protests and did man on the street video? Why is this now the most important man that ever existed? They're putting all their resources into ruining his life.
They're stopping any other Charlie Kirks from popping up.
Yeah, I don't think we had anything to worry about there. I have a feeling.
Is what I think he's trying to claim.
Yeah, it's what he's trying to claim. But what I'm saying is Elijah Schaefer can walk through a room filled with trans people and not one of them bothers to even reach for their rifle. They're like, yawn. One of them's like, didn't I suck that guy off the other day? Never mind. Anyway.
Tell you guys that when I say blackmail, you're going to find a lot of names being brought up here. Some will be redacted for security reasons and for legal reasons. But these blackmail artists who took private matters as well as many, many false and fabricated statements about myself, they had two requirements.
My Japanese queen, Brittany Venti, pegged Elijah Schaefer. Yeah, I saw Brittany Venti covered this. It was really funny, actually. She did a very good job covering it. It almost made me not want to do this at all. Cover it all because she had kind of just done every good bit on there. Go watch the Brittany Venti one instead of this, as a matter of fact. I'm just waiting for Elijah to go live.
One, I had to delete my social media or decide to log off for 1 year. And I had to check myself into rehab. Of course, when you
me, the drug addict, rehab. Really?
Ask each one of them, what am I going to rehab for?
The drugs and the alcohol. What is this? A chair? Can I sit here? What is even happening right now?
They don't really have the answer.
So imagine how long it took him to sit down at this little desk to record this. He had to figure out how sitting works again. When he goes through recovery, it's about having to take a seat. And this guy is fucking teenage kids too, by the way. So one day, Chris Hansen might pop out of somewhere. he says, take a seat. It's going to be like a 50-minute ordeal for Elijah Schaefer to do that. There's a chair? What is even that? Rehab for me? Why?
Is this drug or that drug? I am on no illegal substances, and I'm not abusing alcohol. I am not abusing any prescription medication at all, period. And I've already been evaluated by a psychiatrist who's cleared me and said, actually, yeah, there's no reason for you to go to rehab at all. I also want to say to the people who are struggling with substance abuse, there's no shame in going to rehab. If you do need to go, or if I ever need to go at any point in my life, I would gladly go because getting help is important if you need it. But the help that I need today is not.
Okay, all right. Now I have to, we got to see the video. The more things he says here, okay, Elijah Schaefer. Can I even find this now? How would you even find that fucking bizarre video? Let me type hotel, maybe. I think it was inside a hotel. This is the guy saying he's perfectly cleared to be to never have to go to rehab ever again. God damn, I cannot find this.
I got it.
You got it? How the hell did you get it?
I just typed it.
What did you type?
I typed flooded hotel. Elijah Schaefer flooded
please
hotel.
Swallow your quesadilla first. I also typed flooded hotel. And I didn't get, okay, that's not it. That's not it. How are you getting it and I'm not?
I said it, dude.
This is my favorite video of all time and I can't find it. All right, here we go. So, real quick, just let's hear what he says here.
Period. And I've already been evaluated by a psychiatrist who's cleared me and said, actually, yeah, there's no reason for you to go to rehab at all. I also want to say,
okay, no reason for him to go to rehab at all. And then let's just check in with Elijah Schaefer. When was this? A couple months ago?
No one believes me that my life doesn't make any sense right now, but this is the way back to my hotel room, and it doesn't make any sense. I now have to leave my hotel room because of a flood. This is very weird. But what's going on here, okay? It's very bizarre. So there's some, I guess, some water moving here.
Okay, so water moves now. What?
Okay, cool. Won't walk in that.
He thinks he's floating. Okay, won't walk in that biggest splash ever.
My feet are wet. And then we got some flooding, I guess. Okay.
What he should have done was the Rabbi Shmuley run. He would have walked on water. It would have been beautiful.
Okay, it's falling on me.
What? He's like Chicken Little all of a sudden.
But what even is going on?
This is the video he showed to get cleared by his psychiatrist, by the way. They're like, yep, you're perfect. That totally makes sense. Everything happening here is normal. You're actually the best.
Right? There's a thing, okay?
That's called a chair.
At least I can, like, take a seat.
Let me see if I can take a seat. What possibly could have... Okay, I get it. The hotel's flooded. That's bad, I guess. What could have possibly happened to the chair in that amount of time that your molecules and it's no longer interact in the way chairs normally do? Is he going to become fused? Is he going to phase through it?
And actually rest. But then...
What?
Thing, okay? At least I can, like, take a seat and actually rest.
He is practicing for Chris Hansen there.
But then I have some what? Some Diet Dr. Pepper?
Totally normal, cool, calm, collected kind of guy. All right. So he's good to go. He'll never need rehab ever.
Say to the people who are struggling with substance abuse, There's no shame in going to rehab. If you do need to go, or if I ever need to go at any point in my life, I would gladly go because getting help is important if you need it. But the help that I need today is not for rehabilitation from drugs. The help I need is to protect myself and to shed light on the truth of two extremely dangerous individuals who they themselves are drug addicted and alcoholics, one of which frequents
Well, okay, but what if I told you Israel addicted them to drugs?
Berlin sex clubs, the gay kind, of course. I don't even.
What? Wait, hang on.
Of two extremely dangerous individuals who they themselves are drug addicted and alcoholics, one of which frequents Berlin sex clubs, the gay kind, of course. I don't know if there's another kind. And the other
no, as far as I'm concerned,
individual is just absolutely the most insane, demonic person I think I've ever encountered, who's a chaos agent and has become the enemy of our movement. Our movement is what? It is a...
who's our? Who are you even talking to right now? Because, by the way, I'm in your live chat right now, Elijah. You're about to go live, and you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys. What a movement. Ooh, our movement going strong. 6 guys. Rift TV has 64.7 thousand followers on Rumble. Elijah Schaefer has Lord knows how many followers, fake fucking followers on Twitter. Let's see, 853,000 followers on Twitter. His movement consists of him, his teenage boy bride, and 6 other fellas. Gay club? I don't know if there's any other kind.
Liberated and free United States of America. It is a United States of America where our Constitution rules us, not some people in an office in Tel Aviv, not some people in Langley or individuals in DC who tell us what freedom of speech means, who tell us what the right to bear arms means. We have our documents framed and given to us by one important person. That's God, as our creator, who has given us inalienable rights. And I'm going to, with every last drop of blood in my body, not worry,
especially the drops in your penis,
today about clearing my name, but to tell you guys that I am not somebody who can be blackmailed, unfortunately. And
why is that unfortunate? What, you have like a humiliation fetish as sort of a
he wants
thing?
it.
Yeah, oh man, I wish I could be blackmailed.
And if they're blackmailed,
I'll tell you somebody who can be blackmailed. Scarlett Hampton.
Me, I'm going to tell you, I believe Sarah Stock was blackmailed. If the demand,
hey, me and her husband both are on your side with that one. She definitely has been blackmailed.
And to me, were to delete all my social media accounts. Well, that's what she did. So I would assume that she's been probably put under similar threats. But they also blackmailed many.
Or maybe she just got humiliated off of the internet because everyone found out her dirty laundry. And her marriage is now probably in shambles.
Individuals, including threatening my own father. That's how serious this has actually become. And while I don't want to claim that my wife, Kezia Louise McGarvey, now or previously Kezia Louise Schaefer, is directly
doxing
involved in these crimes against me, I am actually the victim of a multi-state criminal investigation in the theft of my car and the trafficking of my firearm.
Is this dude even American? Someone asked in chat. That's a good question. Well, yeah, I think technically, yeah, he's a dual citizen. Sorry, he's a triple citizen. You know, because there's the one thing. But also, I believe his wife was Australian or something like that. And I think they lived in Australia for a while as well.
As well as wiretapping and as well as felony and misdemeanor threats of blackmail and extortion. But as we jump into this, just realize one thing's for sure. They thought they shut Rift down. They thought that I would cave because any one of you who were in this situation, you would have caved. I promise you. The threats they made, they didn't even have the evidence that they claimed they had. But when I doubled down online, people thought I was doubling down on sin. To the Christians out there who believed Milo and took his word based off of a thread and some broken interviews, shame on you. You're all hypocrites. Just a few months ago, I became a catechumen with the Orthodox.
Okay, listen, we're already going to do the PP test. We don't need to know what you're catechumen to.
Church. Previously, I was not following God. All of these allegations, the disastrous state of my marriage.
Isn't it so convenient? You can have like the biggest, you can be the biggest fuck up ever. You can ruin everyone around you's lives, your own life, just throw everything away just by being a dumb asshole. But that's okay. I'm following God now. It kind of seems like all the people following God are this type of guy, by the way. It's
gay guys.
Sounds like the worst group to belong to. Listen, I've never been to a church. You go there, is just every guy there trying to bum a cigarette off of you or something? Like, what's going on? What is the level of guy at a church at this point? It's just a bunch of former prisoners.
They all actually led me to God a few months ago. And all of the allegations, whether they are true or false.
What do you mean whether? Just say if they are. You can just say that right now.
All claim to have occurred before I found God. And so this is not only not going to stop.
Oh, okay. So it's fine now. Sorry. He found God. Never mind. Oh, criticism? No, thank you. God shield, God shield, God shield.
Me and my job. This blackmail and extortion is not going to make me ashamed of the gospel, ashamed of being a Christian.
Just like when I'm playing with my kids and he's trying to boom me with a gun. He goes boom, boom, boom with a gun, or he's got magic power. We do a new thing now. This is not a joke. My kid, I can't even remember what I did now. And I was like playing around as if I was doing like, I don't know, shooting him with a magic power or something like that. And he accused me of trying to turn him British. Like that was a bad thing. His mom is British, by the way. So he was like, you're turning me British. You're turning me British. So we kept shooting each other, trying to turn each other British. And then going, oi, cry, oh, oi, me mum. Oi, don't you be cross with me, mum. Oi, oi, no, don't turn me British. Don't turn me British. The whole thing with God, it's like when I go force field to my kid and then he's so upset. He's so mad. I just go force field, force field, force field. I can just block everything. Force field. You can never turn me British. Force field, force field. He has not figured out yet. It's been years and he has not yet figured out that he could also just go force field and do the same thing.
And ashamed of admitting that, yeah, I am a sinner.
God shield, God shield, God shield.
I make mistakes, but you cannot use that against me. You cannot, like the devil, there's only two people who will use your past against you, and that's women and the devil.
Okay, so Milo Yiannopoulos is the devil?
But not God. God doesn't do that. And in my life, I have repented of a lot of sin in the last 4 months, including sexual sin in my life. I'll never endorse degeneracy or sin on this show. I would never in my personal life tell people that.
It's like a week later, he goes online and says that he has sex with little boys. It's like, it's okay. God forgives him. He asked for it. He said, please forgive me. And God, it's the craziest thing. Every time one of these guys asks God for forgiveness, God gives it. Isn't that convenient? Now, I read that little Bible 1 or 2 times. There's not really a lot of forgiving going on in it back in the old days. It used to be you could talk to God and hear him talk back. And when he would talk back to you, he was rarely understanding about whatever bullshit you were up to. He was mostly concocting plans about you murdering entire tribes of people's men, women, and children. It's usually the kind of thing he was mostly concerned with.
Sin is okay. And if I have sinned at any point during my marriage, that's none of your fucking business. That's between me, God, and my wife, and anyone else who was involved. And you're not.
Okay. I would argue that Milo Yiannopoulos is involved.
Absolutely.
In fact, every time you go to have sex, it should be you saying I consent, your wife saying I consent, and then you guys looking over simultaneously to Milo Yiannopoulos, who's sitting there like this with his feet up in the air behind him kicking, and him going, oh, all right, I consent.
So stop asking a public figure to tell you things that he doesn't owe you. Clearly, You guys have.
Anyway, here's a 2.5 hour video of me telling you all the things you don't need to know.
Bought the lie, and you bought the gossip from a gay Jewish guy who's currently getting railed in the ass by a black man. And
brother, did a mirror just pop up in front of you while saying that? I mean, which one of those things is not true about Elijah Schaefer, the world's gayest, most Jewish man? Oh my God, he still has not started. There's only 29 people waiting to watch this live stream.
Faking a conversion to Catholicism. You bought the world's lies, you fell into the devil's trap, and you bought the destruction. The enemy is here to kill, steal, and destroy, and he's the father of lies that scriptures say. It also says,
what happens when like the people you don't like also say this about their side? Well, God told me I'm right, actually. Shit.
In the Bible, one thing's important. Do not withhold yourself from your husband sexually, as we'll find out really what my marriage was about. Because why? He could be tempted and he could fall. And so if we're going to follow the Bible, let's follow all of it. Let's stop victim blaming people, men, just because they're men. And let's realize we're all children of God. There's neither Jew nor Greek. There's neither male nor female.
But anyway, it's Israel's fault that my marriage dissolved. Hey, we're all the same. It's like I always say, Jewish people, me, same kind of guy. But also they made me wander around in the Matrix.
We are all one in Christ.
He's still Matrix posting like every other day. He posts a new Photoshop of him with Matrix rain over top of him. He's wearing Matrix outfits. No joke, the fucking... I think he is leaning into me saying that he's a Morpheus man and doing the Griftrix the episode we did about him was called the Griftrix. The whole thing was themed like the Matrix. Look at his thumbnail for tonight's live stream. Look at that. He's got the Morpheus glasses on. Everything is Matrix green. He had to have watched. I'm starting to believe he might have watched PodAWFUL.
And each one of us has to pay a price for their sin, including myself. But I want to end here before we clear up and start talking about my marriage.
Sure.
I'm going to address the elephant. Sarah's...
Okay. Oh. What? He actually is doing Sarah Stock, he's starting to say.
Stock and an alleged affair with her had nothing to do with my divorce.
It might have something to do with hers, which I would hope is upcoming. If I was a pray to God sort of fella, I would be saying, I don't know what her husband's name is, but I'd be saying, man, go, please, for the love of God, make sure you do not stay with this freak.
So the narrative that there was some happy family and I was lustful and I couldn't control myself.
He's going to stay with her. Sarah Stock's husband is going to stay. She got off the internet. She's going to promise him it was a one-time thing. It was an accident. I was on Benadryl. And this idiot, he's going to think about that time the Pope blessed their marriage. And he's going to go, I got to try to make it work. I got to try. I have to stick it through. He's going to sunk cost fallacy himself into the dumbest thing ever. Is she pregnant or have they already had kids or anything? I don't know. If they don't have children, get out of there, dude. She's looking for the first second she can sneak her way back into Grift City.
And I broke up my marriage. That's categorically false. Even in court, that's not going to be there because it's untrue. Secondly, that I broke up Sarah's marriage. I'm going to tell you this, guys. Not only did I never have sex with an engaged or married Sarah, but I also have never had sex with any other engaged or married woman other than my wife throughout my entire life, even before I met her. So this whole narrative was given to you to distract you and to cripple me financially and destroy my life.
Okay, but Sarah said she was a virgin. Sarah said she was a virgin until the day she was married. So what you're saying is you fucked her before she was engaged or married, which I'm sure is true, but I'm also sure happened afterward. But let's say that didn't happen. She told her husband-to-be she was a virgin. Why believe anything either one of you say after that? You're already doing a soft admission that it happened.
So it took me time to put this all together, which we have very, very, very carefully documented for legal reasons. Everybody who's involved, how they attempted to destroy my company.
In the Matrix, Sarah Stock is still a virgin. In reality, she's being ciphers sitting on top of her, fucking the shit out of her lifeless corpse.
Company.
He climbed into the goo pod.
How they exploited my marriage. But while I had to do this, they decided to distract all of you with just another little morsel of gossip in order to destroy
gossip,
my public reputation, so that in the end you would think what? Oh, well, he deserves all the bad that's happening to him. And what bad is going to happen to me? A trial with the FBI, which we'll get into much later, that is currently going to trial on my what? On my reputation. So
I'll tell you what.
What the fuck is he talking about? He might be telling the truth. I don't even understand what he's trying to say here. On my what? On my what? You don't need to just say it. Just say the terms, say the words. I don't know what they mean.
Do you think?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think that when he listens to himself back, there's any clarity about just how gay he sounds and comes off?
No, there's no way. You couldn't keep talking like this and actually understand how gay you sound and keep doing it.
That's crazy.
It's insane that I don't know. Listen, he's one of the most enigmatic characters of all time in a way, because he's definitely fucking all these women. He's definitely cheating on his wife all the time. He's fucking underage girls at colleges and stuff, according to some stories. How? I mean, there's no prissier, lispier guy on earth than this dude. Milo Yiannopoulos is not this gay.
He's not.
Milo Yiannopoulos has probably fucked more women, actually, than Elijah Schaefer. But I just don't understand how. He's always got a little manservant in tow. He's got little twinks following him around like Pikmin. You've heard of pick-me's? These are pick-men. And somehow he can just talk like this, act like this, be like this. And these women are falling for it. Maybe that's the move. Maybe he's figured it out. Maybe that's the cheat code.
Make you wonder, as we'll talk about some coincidences.
But that's the other thing. Again, sex guys, most gay guys are not even gay guys. They're just sex guys. They just want to fuck. They want to fuck anything. Be a hole in the ground that looks a little too sumptuous, and they're going to try to fuck it. Like, ooh, I'm pretty sure that anthill just made eyes at me. They're going to stick their fucking cock in it. I don't know that Elijah Schaefer is gay. He's like molested more than anything else. He's the type of gay, Milo was talking about on Joe Rogan.
On the same day this dossier went public, and you guys all found out about my alleged affair and insane nonsense like that I had abortions or a pimp.
It's not alleged once you are saying that it happened, by the way. Who's alleging my alleged affair that I just alleged?
House and just
I'm alleging it right now. Me.
Absolute libel. What also happened? Well, the federal court gave us a rush judgment saying that they're not going to accept my dismissal and that I'm actually going to have to go to trial for a $5 million lawsuit based off of what? Not just my
Stop doing that. Stop doing the thing where you ask a question to just answer your own question. That's the gayest thing he's said and done this whole time. To do what?
Medic or anti-Israel comments that were contained in the lawsuit. But now I'm going to stand trial for everything I've said about Israel. And this is documented in court. Everything that I've said before the lawsuit, during the lawsuit, and now. And the only way that I can save my ass is to what?
Listen, man, you can't say is to what after talking about your butt. Okay, saving your ass. Number one, you clearly did not save your, much like Sarah Stock, you didn't even save your ass for marriage. The ass was the first thing to go. There's no saving your ass. But for what? What in the butt? Said what in the butt?
Just like my wife, just like her brother, just like my sister, just like my friends who don't know me, just like Milo, who says I need to delete my social media. They said one thing, just stop talking about Israel. If I don't talk about it.
That is not what Milo was saying. That was not the issue at hand with Elijah Schaefer.
Israel anymore. Well, I'm going to be safe for my trial. But unfortunately for them, we're going to have to talk a lot about it.
Is there even really a trial? What is this guy talk? I haven't heard anything about trials or other than from him. He keeps mentioning these trials. I see no proof of any trials. Are there trials?
Israel. And that's why you should trust.
Only trials I'm aware of are the ones he put his family through. Thank you.
Me, because I will fight for you. I'm not going to let this slide. I'm going to hold every single person accountable who did this. And if you guys believed a gay Jew over a brand new Christian,
he's going to hold every single person accountable who did this. And the one guy he's not holding accountable is him. The only guy who is accountable for any of this.
And who has a deep history of defending your rights, of standing up for righteousness, exposing the BLM riots, getting a shout out from Trump saying, if I hadn't done the work I did.
It's so fun. He is like so desperate to paint himself into he's reaching out to every single type of conservative guy in this desperate message where he's like, Trump likes me. Gun rights. Remember, he just brought up gun rights out of nowhere a few minutes ago. They're coming for our guns. What the fuck does that have to do with you screwing around behind your wife's back, wrecking your marriage, and acting like a gay twerp on the internet? Trump gave me a shout out. Okay, well, you know who else Trump gives a shout out to? Israel. It's like his favorite thing.
Loves them.
Loves them.
We wouldn't have known how evil these communists were destroying our country.
Communists. It's just buzzwords at this point. This isn't even, these aren't thoughts. This isn't even a coherent idea happening right now. This is just a series of, this is like when those videos where an owner says all of their dog's favorite words on a phone call. They pretend they're on the phone with grandma and they're like, yeah, I'm going for a walk. I'm going for a walk to get a treat.
Country. I even created copycats of journalists who had the bravery because of my work to go out and expose that. I was helped with the defense of Kyle Rittenhouse, an innocent.
Oh my God. Come on. Okay. What's next on the checkmark list?
Man, which I was there the night of those shootings, get out of prison.
I agree. Kyle Rittenhouse, an innocent man. Elijah Schaefer, throw the chair at him. You are one of the guiltiest men on the planet. What crime? The crime of being gay.
I also was there at J6 and filmed
J6. Wait a second. Yeah, wait. Let's talk about that.
To go out and expose that. I was helped with the defense of Kyle Rittenhouse, an innocent man, which I was there the night of those shootings.
I was at J6, by the way. It was a year later, but I was there.
Get out of prison. I also was there at J6 and filmed Ray Epps starting the violence.
Why didn't you go to jail on J6? Aren't there people still in jail over that? Trump didn't even pardon them all. Somehow, Elijah Schaefer, Nick Fuentes, no time done. You're going to tell me about the FBI and blah, blah, blah. If you've got an issue with the FBI, I'd imagine it's because you weren't doing enough informing for them.
And instead of being thanked, a lot of you call me a Fed or accuse me of working for El Salvador.
Yes.
Sorry, where do America's interests lie again?
Or India. But
speaking of lies.
Instead,
Wait, did he say we're India? Nobody's accusing him of working for India, are they?
An apology.
Ooh, I'm looking at his YouTube chat right now for the live stream. Someone says, lol cow incoming. There's 25 people waiting for him. This guy has 17.4 thousand subscribers. 25 people waiting.
My reputation is clean. No, I'm not perfect. Yeah, I've done some stupid stuff with my person.
You have the least clean, at this point especially, you have the least clean reputation. I think the only guy with a worse reputation is Royce. And that's only if you read the right Twitter threads.
Personal life, but I'm not a criminal and I haven't done anything criminal. And secondly, those personal things in my life have nothing to do with the good work that I've been doing for this country for years and I will continue to do for this nation.
By the way, if he goes live, this could be very big. Okay, I know we're kind of eating shit right now, waiting for this. I thought he was going to go live a lot earlier. He's still taking too much time, but this could be very, very, very big. All right, get your clips ready.
So if you don't believe what I'm about to show you based upon the hard evidence, you're either just a permanent hater and you don't want to like me and you never will, or two, I don't want you on my team because you
I don't even want you.
Guess what? I don't even like you anyway. God told me it was fine that I don't like you.
Convinced, and you're the enemy. Because if they can give you these stupid lies and they can get you to believe these things based off of a X thread, we're talking about just a thread on...
That doesn't make it not true that it was posted on X.
On social media. If they can convince you based off of, look, 27 pages this is or whatever. I mean, it's hot in here. You know, it's like a little fan for me.
Hi, Elijah, little fan.
If they can convince you to believe this stuff and discount me, throw me away and unfollow me.
I'm seeing the Rift TV set. This is already discount.
You're part of the problem that I'm fighting. Shame on you.
God damn, dude. Imagine being his wife and watching this, his ex. So her sitting there and hearing all this stuff. Shame on you. Shame on everyone else. I'm holding everybody who did this to me accountable. I did nothing wrong.
Shame on all of you who did this and piled on. And I have a list. I have names, every single person who ran with this and didn't seek the truth. Oh, but Elijah, I heard a recording. Oh, you heard a 3-minute recording? You don't even know who I was talking to? You don't.
They've released more recordings since this, by the way. I've heard more stuff from Sarah Stock talking, more little juicy tidbits and info.
Know where it took place, but it was illegally filmed, by the way. But no one cares about the illegality of it. It's, oh, he said some mean things one time when he was
illegally filming it doesn't change the truth of the content of it. Surreptitiously, illegally, whatever is what was said true. Who cares about the other part? We don't. So what? By the way, I don't think it was illegal. Depends on where they were when they recorded it. You're allowed to record a conversation in most places.
Drinking. Oops. That's not a crime, though. Filming it was. Disseminating it was. But we don't care about the criminals. And two, it's like, well, but Sarah Stock deleted her social media profiles. Well, guys, I already told you, they're blackmailing me with a bunch of stuff in my personal life. Invading my home. They put up cameras and audio recordings in my business, in my house. Any one of you that happened to, you would have embarrassing things too. And they're using that against me to make me delete my social media. So I bet that doesn't admit anything or confirm anything that she deleted her.
Did his nose just grow, by the way, in the past couple of seconds?
Accounts. All it
That's not a Jewish thing. I guess it is.
Confirms to me is that she's being blackmailed and extorted, and we need to be praying for her. Yeah, you need to pray for her. She's on our side.
His nose looks very red, like drunk guy red.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he's fucking like W.C. Fields. Yes. Yeah, this is... Again, we have eyes. It's so funny when drug addicts or Jewish people think we can't tell.
It's either that or he has a CPAP mask and he's not washing it enough. You see like that weird red shadow around his nose going down onto his mouth. You see that?
Yeah. Well, look, it's either that or if you turn him upside down and pop open the butt of his head, there's extra arms and ears and eyeballs inside.
Maybe when you turn him upside down and put a cock in his mouth, that red spot on his upper lip and nose is where the balls keep smacking.
Could be. It could also be that you remove the water from his knee and his nose lights up.
Movements, we all know that. Okay. You know, I've never been a traditional, you know.
Look at him. Look at, oops. Oopsie. You weren't supposed to say that. He made an oopsie daisy. Don't say that, Elijah. You're about to mess up. Santa's not going to let you lead his sleigh this Christmas.
Guy, I've never preached conservatism. I've vehemently rejected labels of conservatism for years on my show, telling people I'm not a conservative. I'm not. I just realized that there's replacement going on for the white race, that we are being flooded with third world immigrants, that we live in a country where people don't even speak English.
I got bad news for you. That means you're conservative and gay.
And there's a problem. Our no wars president is just about to invade Iran. Why? It's because the Israel lobby controls our—
You mean the guy who gave you a shout out, Trump? My hero? Which one is it? Is Trump a good guy or a bad guy? You have to decide. Are you conservative or not?
Our country, not the people. We are no longer a republic.
You notice all the grift guys, they're always a conservative until it no longer fits for them. No, I was always not a conservative. I always said that. How difficult do you think it would be to find a clip of exactly the opposite of that being said?
By the people, of the people, for the people. We are a republic of Israel. We are a bastion of Tel Aviv, and that's just the case. But I want to clarify, and I want to clarify this directly to you, just so you know. Back at AmFest, a prominent journalist that we'll just call CH for legal reasons came up to me and told
Charlie Kirk
me directly he was with Netanyahu. So I approached him. He's in a picture on X with Netanyahu, and I joke with him. People know me. And I'm like, you got some explaining to do, buddy. What were you doing with the enemy? And he's like, oh, you know, I'm pro-Israel. I'm like, yeah, you and the rest of the media, because you don't want things like this to happen to you. He's like, yeah, you know what's funny is remember that video you made in El Salvador with your security? And you said, you know, that was the same trip, by the way, that DHS, Quad-est, my team, remember that? They labeled us domestic terrorists on our way home. Totally legal, did nothing illegal there, just perusing around, you know, having a good time in El Salvador.
Just at my safe house in El Salvador, where America's interests lie.
He said, they saw that video challenging Netanyahu. They saw your video talking about this 8th Front war, and they're not happy, and they warned me to stay away from you. They warned me about you. This was in December, about December 21st, December 22nd, 2025. Little did I know this
Chelsea Handler. Yeah. That was the CH he was talking to.
Document which is dated December 31st, 2025, about a week before my wife asked for the divorce. There was a plot to get rid of the investors by threatening them in my company, blackmail and push all of my employees out of the company, as well as to exploit my marriage and the dissolution of it, and to push her to divorce me, and to obtain private information to assassinate my character and make me unable to continue on with this company.
So I wasn't exaggerating. He is directly saying that Israel made his wife divorce him. We are now in full-on lefty meme territory. It's real. Israel. You can't deny this anymore. That's how crazy people have gotten now. Listen, I like blaming Israel and the Jews for everything just as much as the next guy. But you're now doing, Israel made it rain today. Okay, yes, they probably can do that. They definitely can do that. But you know what I'm saying here? Israel made me pop my tire.
And so for that reason, and that reason alone, I'd like you guys to understand that this is not a contrived story. This is not just a guy, yelling. I'm not going to tell you that Charlie Kirk, you know, gave me these details about the FBI in some dream or something like that. I'm going to come.
I would believe that.
To you with actual leaked emails, real communication.
Because Charlie Kirk came to me in a dream and told me Elijah Schaefer's gay and Jewish. And I went, who the fuck are you? By the way, that was a month before he died.
Genuine timestamps, and we're going to blow the lid off this blackmail operation. James O'Keefe recently got Matthew Tierman, the same individual who destroyed Project Veritas. I don't know if you remember that, but Matthew Tierman destroyed Project Veritas. Rift is not the first company these people went after. And they unseated, if you remember, James O'Keefe with a ton of lies, right? They smeared him, his sex life, they went after him. Well, James O'Keefe, look at his investigation, got Matthew Tierman on a hot mic admitting that he works for the New York City Department of the FBI. And he actually threatens to kill James, which, again, I'm not really necessarily sure they're not.
Okay, but that sounds like it was illegally recorded, so it can't be true.
Going to kill me, especially since I'm not giving into this, which is why I'm not worried about anything other than the fact that I just don't want my boys to grow up without a dad. And so, you know, obviously I'm concerned.
I got bad news for you, Elijah. Your boys are growing up without a dad one way or the other. I don't know that you could, even if you were still with your wife, even if you weren't cheating and constantly drunk and blah, blah, blah. I don't know that you are what could be even considered a dad. Keep in mind, you know, a kid goes to school, they have an argument with another kid. They go, one kid will say, my dad could beat up your dad. And your kids would have to be like, oh, yeah, well, my dad could suck off your dad if he's underage.
Learned from my life, genuinely, but you can't embarrass me. And that's where
that I believe. That's true.
Wrong. They thought that they could embarrass me, post my dick even. I don't care. I'm a fighter.
I'm glad you don't care.
My dick's a pugilist. My dick knows the sweet science. My dick is one of the most, it's a heavyweight dick.
And I'm going to fight for you guys. I'm going to give it all up. And that's what I'm doing here.
Including my dick pic. I swear I'll send my dick pic to you personally if you need me to.
Willing to be dragged in the media. I'm willing to be destroyed by all my friends.
The media just could not care less. There's just no coverage of this. The media.
I'm willing to be stabbed in the back. And yes, they've offered money to people to turn on me. They've offered me money to turn on people.
These are delusions of grandeur, but also somehow simultaneously the smallest amount of grandeur of all time.
This is very serious.
Very humble grandeur going on here.
And I'm taking it that way. And as we get into part one, let me say this one thing. The media is going to take this video, and I'm going to predict it.
Okay, we are now a month out from this video, maybe more. Let's see how good his prediction was.
And the weird conservatards and the Magites and all these strange people who don't believe in the truth are going to do one thing from this video. They're going to ignore all of the receipts, all of the importance of what I'm saying, all of the evidence, and they're going to say this: Elijah did not take responsibility for adultery and instead is blaming his shambled life on the Jews. You'll see it somewhere.
Okay. All right. You know what? He's right. That's a dead on. I'm doing that right now. That's a dead on prediction. Every single person I've seen talk about this, which isn't many people, by the way, but the few I've seen said exactly those words. So here it comes. His great defense on how that's not the case.
I promise you, they're going to say that. And I just want to clarify, I am not blaming my divorce on the Jews.
Okay. Perfect. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Mea culpa. I apologize. I got that one wrong.
I'm not blaming my divorce on Israel, and I'm not blaming my divorce on the FBI. In fact, we'll talk about really what happened in my divorce. But for the rest of you guys, we're not going to give too many details because you're not my followers. If you're watching this video casually, you don't even probably support me. You probably hate watching this right now because you're looking for clips to try to take me out of context and make me look bad. But because I think that my real SOBs, those of you that watch my show Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central, which comes back next week with Nick Fuentes as my first guest and a huge lineup because they back me and know that this is all true. And they're going to verify it with me on screen that what I'm saying is valid. I am not blaming anyone for my divorce but me and my wife, because it takes two to tango. Her and I both made some mistakes in our marriage. Those mistakes led to distance. People got involved, like my in-laws. We'll go over this. And unfortunately, we ended up in separate rooms and not having sex. And when that happens, romantic connection collapses. People start to do things that, you know, probably are not moral, and it's understandable. There's nothing weird about it.
Okay, I take back everything I said. Fuck that bitch. He should have been coming home every day, pulling down his pants, sitting on the couch, and punching the shit out of her. Not having sex with him. What, your pussy broke? What, you don't got no pussy no more? Guys, we're kind of team Elijah now. I'm sorry, but... Okay, that's tough. Can't lie. That is... Yeah, that's unforgivable. What's he supposed to do? Not fuck the hot blonde girl that works for him? His wife sitting there on her dusty-ass pussy, not putting out? I mean, maybe, listen, if she had an injury or something, but then, again, God gave her another hole.
That's true.
God gave her a couple other holes. If you're really creative, if you get creative enough, there's plenty of holes to go around.
It's unfortunate for my children who are the real losers, but to vindicate my...
Just call his children real losers.
Yeah, the real ones.
Yeah, based.
My wife a little bit, and to tell you guys how seriously, you know, Sarah stalked this whole narrative is false. My wife even texted me the day that this dossier came out telling me, and I'm not going to leak our chats because I think it's wrong to leak your wife's text messages.
Yeah, just all this other stuff is fine.
But she said, I'm finding out about Sarah's stalk with the rest of the country. And I was finding out about it with the rest of you too. So maybe you can stop telling me like...
I think you took that text wrong. I think what she's saying is, I can't believe that you cheated on me. I'm finding out right now with the rest of the country that you were cheating on me with Sarah.
The media will be what I'm doing. Stop telling me about my sex life. Stop telling me about my marriage, and stop making up vicious lies like I would kill my family, or that I would abort a child, or that I would actually run a pimp house and use my children as decoys. Those are sick, those are twisted, and liars deserve to burn in hell. And that's where you're going too if you don't change and repent quickly.
To being the operative word in that sentence.
Quickly. And if you claim to be a Christian, which a lot of you have been, none of you called me. None of you reached out except for Pastor Joshua Hames. Not a single Christian reached out. So I'm glad that I don't judge Christ based upon his followers, because I would think that God actually was a pretty bad guy. But thankfully, I've had some strong Christians in my life who have come around. Shout out to them. Shout out to the Groyper community.
Oh, yeah. For sure. Nobody knows marriage and interpersonal relationships with women better than the Groyper community,
who have come and supported me, realizing that it's lies. Thanks to the Australians who realize that tall poppy syndrome is real. That doesn't make sense to a lot of you guys, but, you know, and this is an Australian that's behind this, you know, very, very psychotic. And if you read this dossier, which we'll go over on my locals.
Does anybody know what that means? What does that mean? I don't know what that is. Tall poppy syndrome? What is that?
That's the nickname he has for his Puerto Rican manservant who's tall, and the syndrome is his butthole's leaking.
That doesn't make any sense, because I saw that Puerto Rican manservant. He was not tall. I mean, maybe tall for a Puerto Rican poppy.
Oh, you the explanation. We will on my locals. You can go to
talking about a different height.
.com. And when you join at 6 p.m. Central.
Yeah, he's tall laying down.
7 p.m. Eastern on Friday, which I believe is the 27th of February. If you're watching this, you can go back and check. For members...
Someone in chat says, is this guy a homosexual? I don't even know anymore. I mean, my gut says yes, but then he's in trouble for having sex with a lady. He's constantly in trouble for sex with women. The gayest guy you know.
Only we will be going through this redacted of things that are legally not able to show you the breadth of what they tried to blackmail me with.
Oh my God, go live. It's been so long. Is this what you guys feel like when I don't go live right away? All right, you know what? I get it. I'm sorry. I apologize. He still is not live. Check Rumble. Nope. I can see why, though. Unlike PodAWFUL, he has not managed to gain any more people in chat by waiting. So that might be why.
I doubled down and also talked
I think
to you
he's
about
warming the wrong kind of goo over there.
Yeah.
bigger details like who really the hell is Elijah? Should we support him? I don't really know.
Should we save a seat for him?
But I only owe that to people who support me too. And I need your support because they've come after my income. And again, that vindicates my wife a little bit because they've done so much pain that they've even ruined her chances of alimony and child support by taking away every source of income I had before she asked for the divorce. This story is very
ruined her chances at child support. Yeah.
complicated. I'd like to say for legal reasons that none of these.
By the way, this is before he built the new studio that he built for tonight. There's another new TV, a new plant, more new slats on the wall. All this stuff. This was all another setup. You had the money for this TV. You had the money to set all this up. Nah, sorry, not enough money for the kids. Sorry, honey. Israel did this.
Statements made in this video should be included in any court record or document. Everything said in this video is for satirical entertainment purposes only.
What? Wait, huh?
I should not be using anything that I say in this video in any depositions inside of any court proceedings, including the criminal proceedings about my car and gun being stolen, or in civil proceedings, including my divorce.
All right, the lie about your car and gun being stolen. What was all that about again?
Or the case of Elijah Schaefer versus Alexis Wilkins. My name is Elijah Schaefer. This is The Rift. Let's start the show.
Damn, that was a PodAWFUL style intro. We are 33 minutes in, and we're just now starting the show. Jeez. Maybe I like Elijah Schaefer now. I can't even decide. Oh, he's a Texas guy now. He's showing the map. He just moved from Florida to Texas because of his wife divorcing him, leaving him, and going to Texas. So he had to follow her to Texas. Now Texas is in the intro of his show. It's about the Indians in Texas. He's such a Texas guy.
I am really not happy.
He's a Texas guy the way Ice Dancer's boyfriend is a Florida guy. Just adopting that instantly and trying to make that your whole personality.
That the public knows that I'm going through a divorce. Because if you've gone through one or you've seen someone who has gone through one, they're extremely painful for everybody. Even if you did something wrong or someone was justified for asking for the divorce, the truth is a family is literally being broken up. And especially like in my situation where there's kids involved, these kids are no longer growing up in a two-parent household. And you think, even if I was completely innocent in all of this, you think I wouldn't be hurting right now? You think I wouldn't be hurting for them? I'm a dad and I love my kids. And I'm not happy, not only that I'm getting a divorce, but I'm not happy at the people who made it public. I would never talk about my divorce under any circumstances to you guys because I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong, one, that people made it public. Two, I think it's wrong that...
Didn't he gloat on Twitter like, hey, I'm finally a free man. Fuck bitches. Finally, I'm free. This woman's not keeping me down anymore. It's so mad. You know what it is? He's like, whether he's gay or not, he's womanly. He's like manic depressive. He's BPD. He can't decide which direction he's even going in or thinking at any given point.
You guys think you have...
By the way, what the fuck is uncensored AI? What is that?
Do they have an AI over there at Uncensored TV, maybe?
I don't know. Huh.
Like Grok has, or not Grok, what's that other gay platform that's not Twitter? Gab? They have an AI?
I have no idea. I wasn't even thinking about the fact that is he even still actually on uncensored?
To know
Good
those
question.
words.
It would look bad for them if they decided to censor him now.
And you shared it millions of times. And 3, not just sharing it, that you guys have commented on it based upon actual libel without even asking me what the truth is. And I'm going to tell you, because of legal reasons for the court, I'm not going to drag my wife in this video. I'm not going to hurt the mother of my children. Like, to be clear, what her and her family have done towards me, publicly speaking, is completely wrong. And in some parts, it's actually illegal and under investigation. Other parts, it's civilly wrong. So it's under potentiality for lawsuits. But that doesn't mean that I want my children to ever be raised and hear me speak poorly of their mother. Because quite frankly, she is a wonderful woman. And we did have a happy marriage for a few years. But I'm not going to sit here and ever have history where they saw their dad drag their mother, who, by the way, loves them very much, in some hurtful way just to get vengeance. The Lord says, vengeance is mine, says the Lord. And I'm going to pray for their salvation, that they would repent from these wicked sins that they've done. And I'm going to let God judge that. But to my future sons, as you grow older, there's 2 of them. They're very cute. They're very wonderful. They're very little right now, thankfully. You should never speak wrongfully of your partner, and never speak wrongfully of the woman in your life, even if she does wrong to you. Because, by the way, my children are 50% her, and I'm happy about that because she does have a lot of redeeming qualities. But the pain aside, this was put out in the public. And so I feel like I kind of have to address some things, and I've got to be really careful with this because, you know, it could be used against me in custody court. And my legal counsel has said, we don't even advise you to say much. And so I have to go with my counsel on this. So be understanding here as a man. Look, if you've gone through a divorce or you've seen it, they'll twist your words and they'll use it against you. So if you feel like I'm not being fully transparent, if you think that I'm not being fully clear, ask yourself this: why do you deserve to have a transparent look on my divorce? This is my divorce.
It's his divorce, and he's going to be the only transparent for his children.
You are out here commenting like, I hurt you.
By the way, it's all about his kids. He wants to make sure everything. That all sounds really great. Anyway, here's a tweet he made. He retweeted recently, where he tweeted out that he's on his way to CPAC and he's got 2 young fellas in the back seat with him. And this guy says, this conference is going to break Grindr. And Elijah Schaefer retweeted that. So I don't know. I guess leave that up to your own thoughts on that one.
Right? You guys think that like there was some affair and that it hurt your life. People I don't even know are telling me I'm condemned to hell. There's this Orthodox, influencer girl. It's like, maybe God just put some people in the world out there so you can learn how not to live. Like I'm the Antichrist or something. And it's very hurtful to me, but mostly it's hurtful to my children. So I just want to say, for those of you that spread the divorce, talk about it, comment on it, you're hurting my kids. And I don't take that very kindly. And for those that say, oh, he's just neglecting,
all right, he's still not. Are we getting April Fooled right now? Was this never, ever going to happen? I might have just been April Fooled. I did just notice, by the way, this might be more proof that this is an April Fool. He's got, God damn it. He's got, oh, here we go. He's got his Morpheus glasses are on upside down in this image. So can you even take a guy seriously if he's wearing his Morpheus glasses upside down when they've been photoshopped on in a picture or whatever the fuck is happening here? That's not how those work. Pretty sure. Yeah, still not live. I am dying and I really don't want to keep watching this video, although it is funny. I'm too excited for this live stream, both because it is him coming back and also because Salvo is going to be on. But there's another thing going on here that I don't really want to say until he's live. And maybe that's why what he's waiting for. Maybe he's waiting for PODAWFUL to go off so that he can go live with no hiccups, no problems. I don't know what the fuck is happening here. We might. All right. Maybe I should just contact Salvo and see if he knows what's going on. I'll be right back. Let me give Salvo a call and see if we can figure all this out.
Sounds good.
Because I don't want to wait much longer, and it could be like 2 hours from now. Is this his account? I think so. Let's see. Boy, I think that's an old account. I don't know if any of these are really him. All right, let me try this one. Sorry, but doing this on the fly. I just want to know, has Elijah told you anything at all about actually going live? All right, I can't get in touch with him. I don't know. I don't think this is going to happen. It's taking way too long. I feel like I'm about to die.
Yeah.
We've been hoodooed.
I think we got hoodooed.
Plus, Salvo was at the bottom of the list.
That's one of the worst parts. I'm having a heart attack. I don't think I can wait around much longer. And that means it might be time to just reveal what was going on here. Since I'm bored now. I'm bored. I don't know. You guys, I don't have anything else. You guys fucking bored? I'm bored of this. Yeah. I'm bored of this. I don't want to cover this Elijah thing anymore. I just want to see the live thing. Sorry. Again, had no plans to do a show whatsoever to begin with. The Jews win again, they say in chat. Yeah, it's not my fault. This is Israel's fault that this is happening to my show. I just got a text message from my wife saying she's divorcing me.
Israel gave my channel to Alex Stein.
Mm-hmm. What's going on with Alex Stein?
He got name dropped on the old tank today.
On Fish Tank?
Yeah.
What'd they say?
The Monkey King was saying how the real what's the weird name that Frank was using? Wild Bill or something? Wild Randy. The real Wild Randy originally was Alex Stein. That's and true. He is going to be working with Alex Stein in the near future, doing some real stuff.
Yeah. Well, that seems true and legitimate and big. That seems like that'll be something really crazy that everybody's going to be watching and paying attention to. Well, I'm just checking through some things here. All right. So my last attempt here is I'm just going to message Salvo on Twitter. Is this fucking Elijah show happening or not? Okay. Let's see if he responds. And then if not, we're out of here. California Mersh is my favorite Mersh, someone says. Wait, oh. I thought they were talking about just a different guy that's like Mersh, but they just meant when Mersh had a California accent. Okay.
Good song.
Okay. I don't know. Hey, chat, what's going on with you guys? That's what bad streamers do when they've got nothing, right? They just read chat. Let's see what the chat is saying. Trump is sending troops in. Buy put options tomorrow morning. I would like to put a gun in my mouth after reading that comment. Please never say anything ever again. Oh God, is this the same Rabbi Shmuley I just saw a video of running to the police car like a woman calling for someone to be arrested because they got insulted? One and the same. The thumbnail is exactly the video you're talking about, so I would think so. Salvo is on Hassan. I doubt that, but maybe. Could be. Hassan did retweet Salvo or something. Called him a Hassan head or something like that. Don't know how true that is. Hell yeah, war is based, and I'm sick of pretending it's not. Guns, 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 guns. A million guns inside my mouth. The Jews are delaying the show. Shit is circus. Love the show, Jesse. There's my comment for the season. Thank you so much for saying that. This show sucks. This one sucks. But this is filler. This is like a clip show, a filler show. This is one that was just to tide you over, to keep you remembering PodAwful exists until it's good again. So thanks for being here. Is there another Rabbi Shmuley? Probably, yeah, there's like 1,000 of them, I think. This is not circus, says Tom Gully. I agree with that. This is not circus. Tom Gully could come in here and make it circus, though. That is an option he has.
Dystopian Glebe says, tasting a Mossberg 870 in the middle of Bass Pro Shop has never felt so good. Well, you'd be an idiot because Mossberg doesn't make the 870. That's Remington.
Yep. Real dummy.
So
yeah, good luck with
real
that.
red dummy in the chat.
Good luck with that, idiot.
Exposed.
Sorry, fake gun guy alert. Fake gun guy alert. Get him. I don't know. I feel like this one started off pretty good, and now we've been forced to wait for a thing. It's kind of out. It's kind of out of our control now. I'm feeling bad, but it's not really my fault. So I would like to hold accountable everyone whose fault it is that my show was bad. And I will be. And I've been making a list on everybody.
Will you be naming them?
We'll be naming names. We'll be checking it twice. We're going to find out who's naughty or nice. Oh, is this? Okay, hang on a second here. Let me see if I can get this on screen. It looks like Hugh has made us something here. Maybe. Hopefully this isn't bad because I'm about to show it on air. All right, let's see.
No one believes me that my life doesn't make any sense right now, but this is the way back to my hotel room, and it doesn't make any sense. I now have to leave my hotel room because of a flood. It's very weird. But what's going on here, okay? It's very bizarre. So there's some, I guess, some water moving here. Okay, cool. Won't walk in that. My feet are wet. And then we got some flooding, I guess. Okay, it's falling on me. But what even is going on, right? There's a thing, okay? It's like I can like take a seat and actually rest. But then I have some what? Some Diet Dr. Pepper?
There you go. Only in theater. Wow. That's going to be crazy.
Definitely going to go watch that.
There's so little. I mean, it does look like the back rooms, but there's I don't know if anyone would understand what's happening on either end of that joke while watching that. I feel like that needs something else in it. Didn't they put out
Tom?
Hi, Tom Gully.
Hey, what's going on?
Nothing. Like really badly, nothing. Didn't they put out another trailer for the back rooms today or yesterday or something? There's like a black guy in it, I think.
He's the main character.
Yeah,
so.
It seems strange that is that racist of me to think that a black guy shouldn't be in the back rooms?
Well, they got to
it's
draw
one.
that Key and Peele guy horror movie crowd, the guy that makes all the obviously race baiting horror movies now.
Yeah, Peele. I think his name is the Key and Peele guy.
They're the
Peele.
same.
Yeah, his name is Key and Peele.
Is he the one that played Toad in the Mario movie, or is he the other one?
I could not possibly tell
see
you
exactly.
like
That
that
proves my point.
Well, it doesn't. I just don't know who played any. I haven't seen the Mario movie. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Or the other one. I don't know. There's something odd about seeing a black guy in the back rooms. It doesn't really work. I guess because it looks like an office space where someone would work. So
is he the one that is the black guy sweating meme?
No,
he's the other one.
Wait. Yes, yeah. Peele is the one sweating. Yes, I didn't know what you meant at first. Yeah.
Which one is the one that's Mr. Garvey, the teacher that gets all the white names wrong?
That's
that's key.
That's Key.
That's Toad.
Aaron and
yeah.
The tall
Aaron.
It's a bingo bongo kind of situation going on, really.
It really is.
Jesus Christ.
It's just like, if a black guy is in the back rooms, isn't the scariest thing the black guy? Shouldn't the creatures inside the back rooms be the ones who are scared at that point? Go ahead.
Yeah, if gunshots affect them, then they should be.
Yeah, well, if even one of the creatures is itself black, then it's got a lot to be worried about.
I remember a day in this country when they were scared of the white guy. That was the monster evil. And then you got sinners. And it's like there's not even an evil white vampire at the end, right? It was a better time.
They were watching Sinners in the Discord, and I tuned in at the very end. And then they went back and forced me to watch all the dumbest scenes from the movie.
Yes.
And I still have no memory of any. It just washed over me as like the most nothing. All I remember is that there's a scene where all of a sudden they start playing music and they're time traveling or something. Like there's people from all periods in time. There's like a guy with, it's supposed to be the Wild West or some shit, but then there's a guy with a boombox there. It makes no sense. Everybody in Discord was completely confused by this, and I had to be like, you don't understand, it's black girl magic or something. They're just built different. That's the way black people are. They invented time travel. Probably.
I just thought the first part was a bad neighborhood. They couldn't afford a boombox.
I don't know. I have that. The entire discussion around that movie is so stupid because it's like, it's so, forget what it's about, like whatever its deeper themes are, forget that it is, there's a scene where they're killing the KKK or whatever the fuck happens in it, which I don't even remember. That it's a fucking vampire movie, and that's enough to go, really? That sucks. It's done. That's done as a genre. Just like zombies are over. You can't do zombies anymore. You can't do vampires. And then to have the main character be a black guy pulling an Eddie Murphy Nutty Professor style performance where he's playing multiple characters, but then to have him play, he's just the same character. It's twins who act exactly the same. So it's not like some sort of tour de force performance where he's doing a really good job differentiating which one's which. No, they literally color code them red and blue so you know which one's which. And by the way, am I misremembering this, or are their names smoke and stack. See, nobody even knows.
Smoke might just be
like
a term of endearment.
I don't know about endearment, but nobody even remembers their names. I'm pretty sure their names were Smoke and Stack. And again, I have to reiterate this. Certain countries have a right to exist. You shouldn't be naming characters smokestacks. That's already getting a little too,
Didn't he win an Academy Award for that performance?
Yes, which is so dumb. It's so dumb. I don't give a crap about any racial undertones or overtones or anything about it. Here's why it sucked. It sucked because it sucked. I saw it and it was lame. It was like laughably bad. It sucked because it's vampires. It sucked because the character was barely a character and he was there twice. It sucked because it was incomprehensible gobbledygoobly garbage. And then, this is, by the way, the real, it's not an Elijah Schaefer style psyop of the Jews are doing this to you. The real reason they keep making black guys the main characters and stuff, or changing a character to be black or whatever else, is because it makes them completely criticism proof. That's all it is. They make a guy a black guy. They make it about black people. You no longer can have a legitimate criticism about it. You're just racist. And it's just going to keep working, because rather than go, this is boring. If you want to have a criticism of it, you can have a criticism of it. Just say, it's boring. This is boring. Don't even say it sucks. This is boring. If you said that, they couldn't take it any further than that. That's not mean to say it's boring. They would try, but the more and more and more you say that about these types of projects, the more and more and more they would have no ammo back against you on it. And then they would be forced to stop doing this trick because it doesn't work anymore. It keeps working because losers keep making YouTube essays about how these things are bad and going through step by step on, this was bad and this was bad. No, it was boring. Its biggest crime is that it's boring. A movie can have a scene where they're just executing white people as pornography, and it can be fun and good. Django. Who had a problem with Django? People do now in retrospect, but when it came out, everybody loved that movie. It was fun because it wasn't boring. It's revenge porn nonsense for black mythology, but hey, at least when the blood comes out, it's fun. It's like watching Scarlett Hampton. So you gotta just stop falling for the bit. That's what's happening. You're falling for their trick every single time.
Well, the vampires were over with Twilight when they were playing softball during the day. I mean, it's like, wait, no, they're vampires. They can't play softball to start with. But during the day, are we just going to throw all the vampire rules out? And they can just be people with long teeth, and that's, I mean, come on.
Yeah.
And then this movie, they brought all the vampire rules back. You got to be invited in, blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, whatever the rules are today.
Which, by the way, comes off as they didn't know what a vampire was and had to look it up right before writing the script. They're like, okay, I want to make a vampire thing. What are vampires about? Oh, they ain't allowed in unless you let them? All right, I'm going to write. Oh, damn, that's good. That shit good. And this is
you mean to tell me they don't sparkle in the sun?
Mm-hmm.
You got a warrant?
If I was going to make this, my opinion on this movie, race-based, it would be the same opinion I have on every one of these types of movies that are made by, a Jordan Peele movie as well. All the Jordan Peele movies, Ryan Coogler, my Coogler. I don't use hard R when I say his name. Any of these types of guys making movies, here's my criticism. And it sucks because try to put this as nicely as possible, okay? And I think this actually does speak to racism to some degree. For a long time, there were no black people directors, really. There was like one. John Singleton, okay? And then, black people have been making movies just for black people this whole time, secretly. And then white people find out about those movies 10 years later, and they're like a joke because they're low budget, low rent, not a lot of thought put into them, silly things, because they have no budgets and nobody's trying to hire a black guy to make a black thing. Well, now they're trying to do that. So here's what happened is a guy who was making movies for like daytime TV, BET movie channel kind of stuff, Medea level shit. Now they're getting promoted to the big leagues, meaning white audiences. So you've got a problem right there. You're going to try to make your black revenge porn movies for white audiences. Well, guess what? Some people aren't going to like that. But the real issue isn't that. Fine. That's fine. Those people are probably dumb anyway. The real issue is that the black guy making the movie, no matter how much you act like he's a genius savant, normal people can see through the charade and know that this guy ain't ready for prime time. His idea of what's like cool or filmic or cinematic or movie quality is lower rent than what the audience you are now shooting for is used to. And it creates an anachronism. It creates a disparity that looks silly on film. This is not the fault of the black guy. Black people don't have the same film language as white people. Black people don't have the same aesthetic tastes as white people. Black people don't have the same, and I hate to even use this term, but media literacy as white people. And by the way, regular literacy, which may become an issue when you're attempting to write a screenplay. So what ends up happening here is what seems like a sophomoric at best, maybe even elementary idea to a white guy is like brand new to a black guy, which is why this dude is doing a vampire movie. That's like, there's two guys now, white guys, that would make a vampire movie. A hack or a mad, obsessed genius where he's like, if I could just do Dracula, I could do Dracula right. It's like an autistic guy would do that.
Martin Scorsese's Dracula.
Right. Francis Ford Coppola's Dracula is literally that. That's what Coppola's Dracula is. And didn't somebody recently do Dracula again? Didn't the fucking guy some director that everybody likes did a Dracula, or is that Frankenstein? They did Frankenstein.
It was a Frankenstein, yeah.
Yeah, but then you had
that's the same thing. That's the same
Tarantino, they did the Dracula movie he wrote and Robert Rodriguez produced, and it was fun and crazy, and
I love that you're calling that a Dracula movie, like it's about
vampire
Draculas.
movie.
Totally different genre blending, and the 90s, we're talking about a long time ago now. Vampires were over after Twilight. They weren't over in the 90s. Yeah, we hadn't.
No, I'm just saying they took a different spin. I mean, they didn't try to make it this big opus. Let's make it a theme and Dracula's motivated or the vampire's motivation. They just said, let's make a fucking drive-in movie.
I was
and have a
talking about
blast.
Nosferatu. Robert Eggers' Nosferatu is actually what I was thinking of, not the Frankenstein movie. Thank you, chat.
Nosferatu, the deadliest foe.
Which Nosferatu is someone that Nosferatu was a guy in the fucking 1920s or whatever going, if only I could try to do Dracula. Watch me do Dracula. We've been doing that for a long time. It's 100 years of autistic guys going, what if I did Dracula? Okay.
Or Blackula.
Anybody doing what Tom was talking about and trying to mix it up with vampires now and genre blend and make it different the way Tarantino and Robert Rodriguez did, that's a hack doing that. It's just a hack. It's just a way to do vampires because vampires like a cheap, easy thing. That's what they call a freebie. Now, you bring in a black guy. This is the last time black guys did vampires was Blackula. Okay? That was their first idea for vampires was, okay, Dracula, but black. So, again, we're working on a different level here. And you got to remember, this is the dude who made Black Panther. That's what happened with that movie. If you watch that movie and you're like, this is kind of shitty, everybody's really talking this one up just because they're black. All the black audiences see that. That is legitimately the best movie black people have ever seen. Because the movies they're going to are like Belly and I don't know, something like Snoop Dogg made at home on a camcorder.
Yeah, it's like all the rappers on a plane getting drunk.
Yeah.
Or that fat chick.
Soul Plane.
Yeah, Medea. Like this is comparatively
Precious or whatever. Her name
Precious.
was.
Yeah, based on a novel pushed by Sapphire. But that was a white people movie. Just to be clear, that's not a black people movie. That's like Sinners in that way. Which is why it's so silly. It's like, a big fat retarded black girl running around with chicken in her arms. Like that looks so silly. You put Black Panther on a screen for people who are normally watching Medea. That's like a that's like Orson Welles or something,
Citizen Kane just did Orson Welles this week. Thank you.
Yeah. So it's shit to you and me, of course. It's the shittiest thing ever. You watch the Black Panther movie and you're like, what? This isn't even good for a Marvel movie. Like, this sucks. This is really, 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 really bad. And then the ending is so bad. But
that was in that time when movies like the second Ghostbusters came out, right? Or like the all-woman Ghostbusters,
Probably. I don't remember now.
I feel like that was like in that time period where it was just like a bunch of just shitted up movies like this. It was a fun time for bad movies.
That's been movies forever now. But the point is, everybody's like, oh, that last scene in Black Panther, it looks like a PlayStation 2 video game. Like, there's so many problems with it. But the main problem with it is a black people movie made by a person who makes movies for black people aimed at a white audience. None of that works. None of that makes sense. And the best part of that movie is Michael B. Jordan. That's definitely true. That's the most compelling character in the movie. He plays the character well. It was so good that every black guy started pretending that they always had that hairstyle. They all just decided they were Killmonger after that.
Was like historically a black thing. Yeah.
Yeah. As if that hairstyle had existed for many years and they had a name for it and all that kind of, you'd never seen that before in your whole life. They basically did a Hey Cool Macklemore. And so it's the same guy. That guy was good in that movie, but that's because the rest of the movie was dog shit. And maybe he is good. I'm trying to think of other things I've seen him in. Every other thing I've seen him in was dog shit.
He's in Creed.
I have not. I know he's in that. I've never seen Creed, but I saw him in that fucking shitty Fantastic Four movie where he sucked, and the whole movie sucked. And that was a white people movie that sucked. But isn't it funny that they turned one character black for no reason, even though it's the one character? It's the one character that makes no sense to randomly turn black. You can't. Both Sue Storm and Johnny Storm, either both of them got to be black or neither one. You can't. You could have made Thing black, which I see why they didn't do. You could have made Mr. Fantastic black, which I also see why they didn't do. But you can't make one of the siblings black. That's nonsense. But they did it to make it impossible to criticize. But that movie was so shitty, everyone did it anyway. And why? Because it was boring. You can just say things are boring.
Because he caught fire, but I'm not that.
Well, a lot of people made that joke. Yeah. The point is, this guy is the dude playing two characters in Sinners. The best part of Black Panther is, and it sucks. And it sucks because it's, you know, he's the bad guy in the Black Panther movie. So the movie isn't relying on him. He's two protagonists in the Sinners movie. And so it really starts revealing where the cracks lie, the faults are in it. And again, he might be excellent in a lot of movies. I don't know. I really don't know. But it's not really his fault. He probably is really, really good, actually. I bet he's like the best. He's probably the best black actor there is. But that movie blows chunks. And it blows chunks because, let's get another thing straight here too. By the way, vampires are not, that's not a black thing. It doesn't make sense. Like, that's a gothic horror thing. That's not black. That doesn't work for black people story time. So unless you've got a really, really good reason, like a really good metaphor with using vampires for the black struggle and black experience, it's kind of crazy to make them black, both because it's not a black thing and also because you're making black people the blood-sucking parasite person. That's the bad. I don't know if you know this. Vampires are the bad guy in stories. I don't know if you want to do that.
Only come out at night.
Like, I get that he's shooting up the KKK or whatever it is, the white supremacist guys, but they're vampires. They are the monsters.
Yeah.
When the white supremacists go after the blood-sucking monster men, you kind of have to take the side of the human in that scenario and not the blood-sucking monster men. Forget race. So the whole and by the way, every single thing that tries to do this, tries to make some sort of racial point in a thing, they always mess up the metaphor. That way they can never get this stuff right. It's always so funny the way they do that. It's like how they now say, like, oh, X-Men is about civil rights for black people and minorities, and also now gay people somehow are in the mix. And then when you take at first you're like, oh, okay, cool, that's a good metaphor. Because they're hated, and they're just people. And then you fucking read the comics for 2 seconds, you're like, oh, these are monster men who murder, and they have horrific superpowers, and they need to be stopped.
Mm-hmm.
Like, in reality, you would instantly take the side of the guy with the robots that hunt the monster
Sentinels?
men.
Yeah. I'd be making Sentinels.
Yeah. I would be like, yeah, we got to fire up a master mold real quick.
Yes.
Because this is getting out of hand. There's a guy with lasers in his eyes.
Where's Mr. Sinister? Yeah, he's bad.
His name is Mr. Sinister. I mean, it's a little on the nose. Yeah. So the Sinners thing, it's like, it's so dumb. It's just so dumb. It's just a bad, dumb movie, dumb premise, boring. And that's the biggest sin of Sinners is that it is boring. And if you stop being a critical drinker of the internet, and every time they announce a black people movie or a replace white person, replace the one ginger character from popular franchise with a black character, if you stop freaking out about that and you just go boring, then it generates no buzz, and that you stop falling for the trick and they stop doing it. If it didn't work, they wouldn't do it. It's that simple. And then, you know, I'm sure somebody out there is mad when I'm like, it's not a Jewish trick that they are constantly doing this. It's not a replacement thing necessarily that they're constantly doing this. Jesse, what about commercials? How come it's always a black guy with a white woman in every commercial? Which is not true, by the way. A lot of times it's a safety black woman. They'll use a white guy and a safety black. And that means a mixed black woman with that specific loose curl style of hair. That's a safe black lady. And then they'll have a mixed kid together. They do that just as often. I see all the commercials just like you. Why do they do that? Is it to promote miscegenation? No, it's to instantly try to appeal to two major groups of people at once. Even though it technically appeals to neither, they're getting it wrong by doing it. But they're basically going, okay, large buying block of white people, large buying block of black people, put a black and a white in the same commercial. Now it's for everyone. That's dumb. It's dumb, but it is the reason. And if you stop freaking out about it, they stop doing it. You talk about it, that's word of mouth. It works. It works every time. It is silly. It is I will say there's something deeper when they replace every ginger with a dyslexic version of the word ginger. There is something sinister about Mr. Sinister about that. Mr. Sinister was always operating on a bunch of gingers, Scott Summers and Jean Grey and all the Summers brothers, Gambit. There's always redheads with Mr. Sinister. Something Mr. Sinister is definitely going on when they replace gingers with black guys in movies. I can't fully explain that one. But yeah, just
You're right about as somebody that worked at big ad agencies, they used to produce separate commercials. One for the quote-unquote urban audience that was 100% black, same version as the white commercial. They don't do that anymore. They just combine everything.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I remember when I was a kid and McDonald's became a black brand. It's like every single commercial was just for black people. There are only black people in the commercials. They're only promoting that they have Sprite to drink. They would have those commercials where they're like, you can have a job at McDonald's, black people. That was like, I remember that there was a Chappelle Show skit based on those commercials. And it was very strange. I remember as a kid thinking like, am I not supposed to eat at McDonald's anymore? What is happening here? Is this not for me? Is this specifically just for black people? But if I felt that way after a couple commercials ever, imagine how black people felt all the time where every commercial was just white people, you know? So at some point it got into someone's head like, oh, they're feeling left out. We want them to buy stuff too. Let's throw a black guy in the mix. Let's throw a black lady in the mix. And the easiest way, if you have a commercial where the only people in it are a family, how else do you do that? That is what's going on there. But anyway, I think The Sinners, it's like such a non-anything. That movie should have disappeared instantly. The fact that it was ever up for any sort of award tells you how bereft of any sort of art or good or anything there was in the past year. That was the best they could pull together. I mean, most of the time they are giving Oscars to movies you've never heard of, right? So that's no big deal. They'll go for a more artsy thing that no one's ever heard of just to try to seem more legitimate. Not anymore. They got nothing. There's nothing left. They're looking at foreign movies now, trying to find something. Movies aren't even real. And by the way, I have many, many opinions on movies. You can always have me on Movies, a podcast about the act of cinema. Still never invited as a guest on Movies, a podcast about the act of cinema.
Well,
Crazy.
It used to be, unless it was the giant movie, all that won were the big, giant Hollywood productions. They every now and then would throw a bone to one of the smaller films, but
no, that's not true. There would be those Oscar movies in a year where they were clearly just going for an Oscar, not for audience appeal. And those movies would not, you might have heard of it, but you didn't see it. And those movies would win because they were going for the Oscar on it. Nobody actually liked it or cared about it. They would always have those.
But if you look at the 70s, it was the giant movie. It was The Godfather. It was The Sting. It was the big, giant movies. Even getting into the 80s, it was the big movies. And it really changed with Pulp Fiction when everything became independent is when it really super broke down. But even a movie like Kramer versus Kramer, that was kind of an Oscar movie, and it beat a ton of better movies, Breaking Away and Apocalypse Now and everything else. But it was a big Hollywood movie. Now, you're exactly right. I mean, you hear the top 10 movies that come out, and it's like, I never heard of one of these.
And I wouldn't, I would never pay to see any of these things.
And by the way, now there are 10 Best Picture nominees. There used to be 4 or 5.
I didn't even know there were that many movies in a year. I barely hear about a movie. So maybe I am a bad guest for Movies, a podcast about the act of cinema. Listen, I've got all sorts of movie opinions, and the phone has never rung for me to be a guest.
I have a movie question. See, I liked it when vampire movies I love bad movies. And so when Abraham Lincoln is hunting down vampires and zombies, that's a movie I want to see that movie. Making them serious and rewarding. The only good thing I can say is they gave an award to a horror film, which they almost never do. But I like it that vampire movies are considered just, this is trash. This is awful. This is horrible. I think it's a good thing.
The fact that they gave it to a horror movie is proof that, by the way, you do a horror movie because it'll sell. Like, that's the whole point. Horror movies are like a cheat code into making back your money and making a little extra. Like, that's, obviously Sinners was like a higher end production than that, but that's usually why they're making a horror movie. That's why Jordan Peele makes horror movies. It's like the easiest genre to pull off and actually get something back for the money you put into it. And that's why they normally don't. Why a horror movie normally would not get any sort of award. It is a cheap style of movie. Probably does not usually. There's very few of them that probably deserve any sort of award at all. You can name probably all of them on one hand that ever did actually deserve an award.
You were talking about replacement movies. Every now and then they're like they're going to have a black James Bond, and people lose their minds. And I'm always like, why don't you just go make a cool black secret agent? And then there's that whole franchise and it's yours. Why do you have to replace something with another thing? Why don't you just
the point
black
is
Zorro?
fuck white people.
No. No, it's not. The reason is because you need an IP. It's the same reason everything is a remake or a reboot or a sequel. It's like you can't make a new thing and risk that, trying to get a new thing to launch off, the ground.
The swaps only go one way though.
The swaps only go one way because everything was white until recently. They can only go again. What are they going to swap? Are you going to do a remake of Medea? Like what?
Yeah, we're going to remake Kunta Kinte with white guys.
All black art up until very recently, and still is just about being black. So you can't do it the other way. White stuff isn't about being white. This is why they say white people have no culture, by the way, because we're never just sitting there going, boy, we sure are being white today. Yes, white. That's all every other race inside of America or any other majority white country, that everything they make is about which is understandable. If you're a minority, that's going to be the experience. You write what you know, you're going to write your experience. I guess I kind of understand it, but there is, there's very few things. Like the only thing you could do that with is like Candyman. I guess I'm trying to think of like examples of
my dreams of a
stuff.
white. You telling me my dreams of a white Shaft will never come true?
We gotta get a white Roots.
I guess technically he doesn't have to be black. Even as I said, Candyman, I realized no, that is meant to be an inner city horror movie. He's supposed to be an inner city, scary guy. But yeah, that's kind of like, what do you do that with? That movie where Michelle Pfeiffer teaches black people how to be students.
Well, the Alex Cross, the Morgan Freeman black detective guy, I guess, from Seven, and he did a couple other ones. Or
you could race swap D'Artagnan.
There's black people in tons of movies. We're saying like you can't take a black movie and race swap it. It's not.
You could change the Equalizer back into a white guy.
I guess so. Yeah. So that's just a swap back. I don't know if that counts. Koreans put K in front of everything they make. Yeah. Well, is that them doing it or is that us doing it to them? And Korean shit is also terrible. I hate gook slop. I call it. Everything. No offense, but every Korean movies and TV and food. Everything out of there, it's like, it's just it's like overacted, terrible, hack, stupid, obvious plots. That movie Parasite sucked. Hunger Games, or was it not Hunger Games? What's the fucking Squid Games sucked. Especially that last season. Oh God, that sucked. All that shit, man. It's all bad. It's all bad and dumb. And the only reason you don't think that is because you don't speak Korean. So when they're sitting there overacting, hamming it up, you can't tell. And also you need them to do it so that you can kind of understand what's happening. There's no subtlety. There's no method acting or any other little techniques or anything. Everything's just it's nothing. It's all just nothing. It's just a coat of yellow paint on the dumbest shit. It's the meme of Thing and then Thing Japan. Except everybody right now is currently doing Thing Japan. Because of a fake thing happening on Twitter. I don't know if people realize this, but Japanese Twitter and American Twitter have collided and are now talking to each other. And everyone's like, wow, I can't believe how much Japan loves America and we love Japan back. It's really wholesome and it's kind of cool. And it's kind of a white pill. It's a yellow pill. So I'm really yellow pilled over this. And I got bad news for you guys. It's not real. Those aren't Japanese people. Here's what happened. Indians and Nigerians started being demonetized on Twitter They aren't making the same bucks, the Elon bucks they were making before, because they started getting found out, and they found a hack, and they started tweeting in Japanese to try to trend in Japan, in Japanese Twitter circles, and it started working. And then your dumbasses fell for it. I have seen so many Japanese tweets fully in Japanese, being tweeted out by Nigerian and Indian accounts. We built an awful tech device called Jeet Tweet Yeet, where I have an extension running where when I'm on Twitter, it instantly detects where all users are from. And if anyone is from India, it deletes the tweet so I don't have to read it. Everybody's been like psyched because Twitter said they're finally giving that technology to like block people from other countries and stuff. I've had it now for 2.5 months, I think. I've just been yeeting every Jeet tweet. And as a side product of that, it also just tells me instantly where every account is from next to their names. So I'm seeing all this Japanese, and every time it's just Nigeria or India or a few others, like a couple other African countries I've seen it from. These aren't Japanese people. Okay, you're getting tricked. You got to stop with this. Stop doing the meme. Thing Japan. Ah! It's just silly. There probably are a bunch of Japanese people that they're American otaku the same way you're a weeb, I'm sure. And it is kind of nice. It is kind of sweet and wholesome and nice that we did the absolute worst thing ever in humanity. Number one with a bullet, a bit of fat man and little boy, fat boy, little man. What is it?
Fat man and little boy.
Fat man and little boy bullet. Number one, absolute ruined humanity, dropping nuclear bombs on Japan. And also they, of course, suicide bombed like psychopaths. Like everybody hates Muslims and the Middle Easterners for being suicide bombers. Japan were those guys. They were the original, the OG suicide bombers. They did it to Pearl Harbor, of course. And it is kind of nice that after all of that horror and all the terrible things that happened, that both sides almost instantaneously, by the way, were like, okay, sorry, we like you now. Actually, you're kind of cool. But yeah, don't fall for the Twitter thing. I tweet in black and go viral on black Twitter. That 100% is a thing. That's harder to get found out on too. I live in Japan. No one gives a shit about America. Yeah, I'm sure most people there aren't thinking about America all day. This just happens to be a Twitter thing. But also, you live in Japan. You're a weeb. So you're just the other side of the thing I'm talking about. Only weirdos in America care about Japan. It's not a thing. Yeah, we don't spend that much time thinking about Japan either. But there is something kind of nice about it. If it were real, if the thing that people think is happening right now on Twitter was actually happening, it would be kind of a nice, heartwarming thing. Because honestly, there should be no more bitter rivals on Earth than Japan and the United States, considering the nuclear weapon thing that happened.
We did also occupy their country and run it for a number of years after.
Yeah, they don't. Plenty of them did not like that. I mean, that's what Godzilla is all about.
Yeah,
and I can't wait until a black guy finally makes a kaiju movie. That's good. I'm going to assume it won't be a giant gorilla. It's not going to be Kong versus Zilla style, but what kind of monster or animal would they pick? That's going to be fascinating. At some point, a black guy is going to get his hands on a kaiju, and they're going to have it destroy, I don't know, what's a white city? Salt Lake City. It's going to be
Salt Lake City.
It's going to be decimated by a gigantic, I don't know. What are they into? Something. It'll just be a black guy.
It'll be a tiger.
You think they're like? You think black people like
Something
tigers?
from that
Black people into
continent.
tigers? Black people don't like animals, I think, is what I'm realizing as I rack my brain for this.
A lion.
Just a big Rottweiler. Just a gigantic pit bull attacking Salt Lake City. Y'all deserve this shit. It gets every Oscar ever made. They actually take Oscars that were awarded to other movies and retroactively give it to that movie. Thank you, Jordan Peele. I guess Jordan Peele made a kaiju movie now that I think about it. That's what that Nope movie was, sort of. He kind of did that. There's angels or whatever. There's a big monster in the sky. Spoilers if you haven't seen Nope. A panther, obviously, they say in chat. Yeah, you know what? You were right. But it's got to be like a mutated humanoid panther, you know? It's got to be on two legs. Have you seen Kaiju Big Battel? Yeah, I have. I'm very familiar. It was wrestling with kaiju suits on. Which made wrestling almost palatable. If Mersh was sitting around watching guys dressed up as eyeball monsters and Ultraman wrestle, I might give it a spin. I do remember that, though. It was a long time ago. Giant smoke detector. You stole that from the Nope parody. You don't fool me. I brought up the Nope thing, and that made you remember the AI one. Hack comment. Anyway. Well, Elijah never went live. He still is not live. Is he? No. Still not live. So we got April Fooled. We'll end with this then. Cog tweeted out. Okay, well, actually, Florida Cog tweeted out, taking a break tonight. Nightwave will return tomorrow night. To which British Mersh responded, Ethan Ralph didn't stream, so Florida Cog had no content. Actual Cog, is now unironically referring to Mersh as Florida Cog, not realizing the dunk that is on himself. Now, I stupidly got involved into this sort of battle earlier. I don't know if you guys even know this. I invented the term Florida Cog and British Mersh. I started calling. I didn't remember this myself. I started calling Cog British Mersh like at least 3 years ago. I think I first referred to him as British Mersh. I'm being told by people who are Cog historians that is the case. Well, I don't think Cog or Mersh remembered that's like my joke. And now people are picking up on this. This is our tricknology is being spread out there, and everybody's now referring to them as Florida Cog and British Mersh and variations of that. And other people are getting in on the action. They're calling other guys, whatever version of whatever. There's so many Cogs out there now. If you've ever worn a flat cap, look out. You're next. And so I noticed this. Mersh had a meltdown on his show, actually, where he's like telling everybody, you're not allowed to call me Florida Cog anymore. He's like, I'm nothing like that guy. So he legitimately did that's not factually accurate about himself not being Cog. Kind of messed up in the worst way possible. So Cog tweets out, Mersh equals Cog. Cog equals Cog. Mersh is irrelevant. Okay. So I quote tweeted him. I said, Mersh and Cog are both having meltdowns because I dubbed them Florida Cog and British Mersh in this episode. And I linked to the episode where I referred to them as that the most often last year. I also replied to him. I said, you are just streaming Hoojan. Now, this is one of the most insane back and forths I've ever had on Twitter. So I'm just saying a silly, fun joke. Everybody loves it. There's a ton of likes on it. Cog has no likes. No one gives a shit about him. I said, you are streaming Hoojan. He says, Cog responds to this and says, which, by the way, I came up with that name months ago for him. I was like jokingly referring to him that he just didn't know that. He responds to me and says, listen, streaming Hoojan, we all know you copied his setup. Now, I was confused by that. So I reply, question mark, question mark, question mark, and then the meme image of the guy looking in the mirror at himself. Because he's now saying, listen, streaming Hoojan. Well, he's streaming Hoojan. So who's he talking to? Is he talking to himself? So then he replies to that and he says, that is you streaming Hoojan, looking at the host Hoojan. Now remember, Hoojan Prime considers himself Hoojan the host. Okay, so now it's even more confusing than before. I don't know what we're talking about, but he just instantly stole my insult for him and just did it back at me in one go, which is, that's not how it works. You can't do that. So then I replied and I said, this is the poorest attempt at rubber glue I've ever seen. And then I called him Welfare Mersh in that one, just so that we could be clear about who we're talking about. So then he replies to that and he says, this is the poorest attempt to convince people you aren't streaming Hoojan. Now, I got to be honest, and I'm going to retweet this right now. I think the thing that convinces people that I am not streaming Hoojan is I was the first one to call someone streaming Hoojan, and it was you, British Mersh. So then streaming Hoojan goes to his Twitter timeline. Let me see if I can even find this now. He tweets so much. He's been in a real manic episode lately. He quote tweets me saying that Mersh and Cog are having meltdowns. And he says, streaming Hoojan is upset I'm getting more attention from Florida Cog than he is. Now, he is streaming Hoojan, so that makes no sense. And then, I don't know if he knows this, he's also Cog.
Yeah.
So calling another guy Florida Cog as an insult is so out of pocket. I don't even know how to. I didn't respond to that. I don't know what you do with something like that.
Yeah, what do you do? You
so
just
then
let him step on the rake.
So then one of our guys, Zoomer Retard Henchman, replies to him and says, happy to announce that Cog has officially reached a new milestone, streaming Hoojan. It's incredible to see this kind of growth and dedication in action. Huge congratulations to the team for making this happen. Onward and upward. Hashtag growth mindset. Hashtag streaming success. Hashtag PODAWFUL.
Very nice.
So the Cogs are losing their minds right now. All the Cogs out there have lost their mind. And by the way, you know, just to clarify this further, I think, well, let me see. Was that back here somewhere? Someone says, I didn't know what a Hoojan is, but it sounds like a disease. And I said, sort of an internet herpes without sex, yes. Now, someone was confused about the Hoojan thing, and so they were like, well, if Cog is if Mersh is Florida Cog and Cog is streaming Hoojan, who does that make Hoojan? And I said, it makes him, Hoojan is Wait, now I think I've gone cross-eyed.
Oh no.
I don't even know anymore. I've completely lost track at this point of who's who in all of this. Who Jan. Yeah. And I think what this really implies is that we need to finally do the Who Jan episode. People keep asking me, when is the Who Jan going to happen? We got to have the Who Jan. And I'm like, guys, he doesn't do a show. Someone says, what would you say is the most unifying characteristic that all Mershes / cogs share? And I said, a flat cap mostly. It's kind of just it. It's just, if you've ever worn the flat cap, for sure, that's you. Cog is streaming Hoojan. Hoojan is streamless Cog, not streaming Cog, I think is what I said. I don't listen. It's up in the air. Who knows? Who knows what any of this is? The point is, the Cogs are losing their minds. The ice dancers' boyfriends are losing their. By the way, now Cog is also British ice dancer's boyfriend. So this is going to become very difficult to keep track of here.
Somebody going live?
Elijah Schaefer is now going live. I feel like I'm about to die. I tell you what. Elijah Schaefer's going live. I want to see it. And here's the rub. Salvo told me about this. Salvo told me he would be going on Elijah Schaefer's thing. And he asked me, are there any questions I would like him to ask Elijah Schaefer? So I provided him some. Let's see what happens in this episode of Rift TV Returns. Is the war in Iran nearly over? I'm gonna die. I gotta go do something to not keel over. So I'll see you guys in the Pizza Fund for a pod after show. Sorry, but I cannot keep this going any longer. We're now over 4 hours. What is this? A Kino Casino clip? Join the PodAwful Pizza Fund, podawful.pizza. To join that $6 level, get you access to this Pod After show in just a few minutes here, and access to all of our past Pod After shows and any bonus shows in the same level. Tons and tons, years and years of content. Join it, podawful.pizza. Support the show. Tom, everybody, thanks for joining me. Until next time, have an awful day. See you soon. Podawful.pizza. We'll get that set up in just a second.
Peace.
I'm Tom Gully, and you're watching Is This Live, the show on the PodAwful TV network, podawful.pizza.